You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome one and all to today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. The EFNL media van has taken the trip across Scoresby Road to Fairpark Reserve for a big Division 4 Round 1 clash today between Fairpark and Chirnside Park. It's the first time the Panthers take to the field since their heartbreaking 8-point loss to the White Horse Pioneers in last year's Division 4 decider. Their path to redemption starts today against a new-look Fairpark outfit who, after suffering relegation to Division 4 this coming season, are eager to bounce straight back up following a fruitful off-season on the recruiting front. I'm Josh Ward, hosting Pregame right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, and of course streaming live right around the globe on YouTube and Facebook. Joined by Scott Hardy and Jared Beanland for the next hour of Pregame, and immediately off the bat, the senior men's coach of the Chirnside Park Football Club has been good enough to join us, Justin Figarelli. Welcome, Figo.
Thank you, boys. Thanks for having me.
How eager are you to be back out on the park for this afternoon?
Yes, it's been a big pre-season and long pre-season after what happened last year, so definitely keen to get into today. So we've had 3 practice games coming into today, and we've sort of built from the first one, really started firing on the third one, so which is really important. So good opposition today come up against, so plenty of hype around Fairpark, which is good. That's what we wanted. We didn't want any attention around us. Let them have the 6 or 7 articles I've read over the pre-season, so I'm happy to handball that one over.
They certainly have had a lot of attention, but just on your side, obviously, as mentioned, a heartbreaking loss last year in the grand final. I'm guessing that's been a massive driving force this off-season and will continue to be throughout the season?
Absolutely. You're not human if you don't feel it after a loss like that, especially the way it ended, and it was so close. But, you bounce back. We've recruited extremely well. I think we've recruited forwards that, we don't rely on one forward anymore like we did last year. So the team sort of started working out, rolling numbers back on Jake. So now we've got 3, 4, 5 options down there, and it's quite hard to defend against. So really excited to see how that all plays out. We've bolstered the midfield a little bit, getting Conor Maguire back in there. Yeah. So a couple others too, so it's really exciting. Obviously round 1 there's always a bit of nerves coming into it, how are we going to sit and stuff like that, so it's a good feeling to have.
Justin, great to chat to you again. Tell me about Brooklyn Lamb. You obviously mentioned getting a few forwards in to help out Jake Causey and provide yourself with a few more options. He's been to Nunawading, he's been to Ringwood. What has he brought to the training track in the pre-season?
Extremely fit and strong, so he's most likely going to get the 3rd or 4th defender. So the first 3 practice games, I think he can kick 5 or 6 in each one. So really exciting to see what he can bring. Another one down there is Josh Swift. So slouch if you kick 1,000 goals.
It's not bad.
And I think he's coming off a 50-odd goal season last year with a team that was pretty average. So it's really, really good for Jake down there. Have the 2 blokes deep, and they're going to work hand in hand. And after today, it's only going to improve. It's going to take a bit of time to gel at that forward line, but no, it's exciting. Yeah.
Are those the main sort of changes you've made to the lineup in terms of structure, or are there other sort of like defensive midfield options as well that you've brought in?
We've got Slats coming back. He spent all year in Europe last year, so he's really important for us. He gives us another midfield dimension in there. We've got a few that can go through there, but today's a bit, they're going to have midfielders that are going to work hard forward, depending on, are they going to work hard back? We'll see.
And Justin, I've been a fan of your work over the last few seasons as a club, as a whole, and obviously chipping away and just getting obviously so close last year. Yep. Does it sort of, when you come back into that pre-season, do you go, oh, here we go again, or is it that excitement just continuing going, look, we deserve to be up a division? I think you do personally. How does it sit within the club and within the spectator base?
We've set up a list that I think that is competitive in this division and the next one, but it's just unfortunate. That's grand finals, and that's why they're so hard to win, but it is, you can't get a bigger motivation than that, and today is, round 1, I wouldn't want to play anyone else. The team that, the hype is around, I hope we come out there and really just play the brand of footy that we played last year, which was really aggressive, taking the game on, and I think a lot of teams in this division are going to start playing that way, because as soon as you start playing that slow brand of football, it's quite hard at this level skill-wise.
Yep.
So I think the quicker you go, the better.
And obviously, you've had, like we're saying, you've recruited well, but have not lost hardly any. I think maybe 1 or 2 players, if that sort of through your senior sort of list. Like obviously, the buy-in's still there from everybody around the club.
Yeah.
Is that sort of the feeling as well?
Yeah, for sure. So we've had 2 retirements, but you get that. That's just all part of football. But what we've brought in, I think, we've well and truly covered it. So, there's been calls from local paper to do interviews, but I haven't returned the calls. So I just wanted us to go under the radar and do our own thing in the pre-season, do our own work. The only person I talked to was Blake Tennant.
what a conversation.
And then he went on radio and said we had no plan B in the grand final. So he shot himself in the foot there, but that's all right. It's really exciting. So hopefully the weather holds off today for the supporters and spectators. It'll be a good game.
Yeah, that's very dangerous with Blake, I must admit as well. New skipper this year in Matt King as well. You've got Dylan Causey and Sam Cannon in the leadership group. Obviously a young captain in Chas Clevant last year, but King is also equally as young. Is that a look ahead to the future as well?
It is, yeah. So Clevant is moved down the beach, so he can't commit to 2 days a week training. So he's stepped down as captain now. Matthew King's come in his Chirnside Park through and through, and I couldn't think of a better person to lead this football club into 26 and beyond. A family, the whole family's been around the football club since he was a kid, so we've always really get around him, and it's exciting to see what he can bring for this season and as leadership role as well.
And a few younger players in the lineup as well, like Riley Bigford, who I think played 16s last year. Hayden Marks coming across as well, on top of some others. How exciting is that for you to have such young talent coming into the lineup this year?
Really exciting. If there's a kid that's playing great football at a young age, doesn't matter what age they are, I'll give him a go. So Riley Bigford, probably the fittest kid at our football club. You'll see him today, just, the way he reads the ball as a 16, 17-year-old, it's really good. So it's really exciting. Hayden Marks played most of his juniors at Chirnside, went away for last year, played his season at Yea, but he's come back and he'll be a really good, no fear down in the back line. He'll sit back and do some intercept marking and stuff. So it's really exciting, the young kids coming through.
And I was also going to ask about coming up against the Fairpark side that has had a lot of hype and a lot of talent coming into, and some talent you would have come up against, which, and I was going to say you're probably excited about going up against them at their home venue as well.
Yeah, brilliant. So I would have played 250 odd games against these boys up in the high division, so I know them well. I know how they play. I know that where they're going to be lining up. I know how they run. So it's no big surprise to me. So no, it'd be a good test for us. As I said, this is what you want. Round 1. Where else would you want to be?
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Chirnside Park in action once again, and hopefully for the Panthers faithful, it's a victory for yourselves come 5 p.m. today. But thank you so much for joining us in the pre-game, Fico.
Thank you.
Good luck for today, and
Thanks,
good luck
mate.
on the field as well.
Thank you. Good to have you back, mate.
Good to be back as well, Fico, and thank you so much to Justin Figarelli for joining us in the pre-game ahead of this massive contest. Scott and Jared, it's good to be alongside the both of you, and we're really looking forward to seeing, Chirnside Park and also Fairpark in action today, as we are going to be joined by the new senior men's coach of the Fairpark football club in Mark Fischer, of course, well known for a couple of years at Upper Ferntree Gully, but now returning to Fairpark this coming season. Thanks so much for joining us, Mark.
No worries at all. Thanks for having us.
How eager are you to get back out onto the park, especially after a season where there's been a lot of talk about the incomings to the side and obviously yourself coming across too?
There's been a lot of noise. It's still just round 1. Look, I know the hype. I can't believe you blokes are doing a Div 4 game for round of the week or game of the week at the start of the EFL season. But look, we're excited to see what happens where it is. Today's this kick-off of a long journey through the year, so if we can represent ourselves pretty well here, it'll set us up well going forward.
I was going to say it must be pretty exciting still, obviously with Russell, but a lot of ex-Bayswater, ex-Ringwood players coming in to play today, which must be very exciting for yourself and the entire club.
Yeah, and it's good for those boys themselves. That was part of the recruiting strategy. We had Bryce Galvin here and the 2 Stewart boys from last year, which I had nothing to do with. So if you get boys to sort of pick on their friends a little bit, and they said it's going to be an enjoyable year and all that sort of stuff, and they've just come together and you would have heard, I presume, about the Bali connection, the Y Bali
Yes,
over there.
did hear about that, actually.
We went offshore for recruiting, but look, it's played out really well. So, we're excited to have all the new boys and all the old boys returned, and the challenge is now connecting them and getting to work together.
Place of wonders, Bali, isn't it?
And Mark, we were saying, obviously, we're here round one. Last time we were here was about 7 years ago, someone was sort of saying. So a lot can change in 7 years, new club rooms, and obviously you've got a whole new sort of setup around here. What's the vibe been like, and obviously the buy-in from the community around Fairpark?
Look, it's been fantastic. We had our season launch on Thursday night. We had 130 people in the room. I think they sold about 100 meals. We were here till about 9 o'clock. It was fantastic. So if we can continue that. Just talking to one of the old boys, and he said, I've never seen so many people in Fairpark here. So it's a nice change for them. There is a bit of excitement for the community, as you say.
Yeah.
But I still come back. Coach's hat on. It's round one. It's game footy.
And with that round one and with that whole new mix that you've sort of got in there, do you feel like it will take a little bit of time to gel with everybody and the plan, or sort of has it been a good sort of pre-season and you've seen that sort of gelling sort of increase already?
Oh, look, no, I've seen the connection. The connection is better, but that's the biggest thing for us. It's going to be. We had one of the clubs we were playing a practice game pulled out, and then the second team we played only had 22 blokes, so they played 6 quarters for us, which was great. So we've played 3 quarters together. So, if you say we come in underdone, but no, we've trained, we've had match sim, we've done the whole lot. Week by week it gets better, and I've said in 2 or 3 other interviews or articles for the website that round 7, 8, 9 we're going to be playing our better footy, and at the moment we're just trying to lay a foundation and set a standard that we can bounce off and build, and so whatever we do today there'll be continued improvement from that.
Mark, great to chat to you. I was going to ask about sort of like what you're expecting to see today from a group that you've put together that they've not played much footy together yet. However, obviously there's a lot of big names out there. What are you looking for in a round one situation that will set you in good stead going forward?
That we don't have to rely on just one of them.
Yep.
And that's been the biggest thing. When we spoke to them, I spoke to them all in interviews, trying to get them across the line, and said, look, you're going to find it a little bit different because at your old club you might have been the one who had to go and get 30 plus possessions for your team to perform. We're going to be in a position where we won't need one bloke. We need them all to play well. So if we can share the load, so if I can see a shared load and connection getting better and better quarter by quarter, game by game. So today, if we can see that the ball gets shared around and we do it as a team as opposed to relying on 1 or 2 individuals in your own team, I think that's a real positive for us.
Absolutely. And given that obviously Fairpark's come down a division, what's the vibe like? What's the mentality, I suppose, going into a new division after a hard year last year?
I spoke about it Thursday night at the season launch, and I said there was a lot of disappointment in going down. But you got to look at it, it's also an opportunity. So it's an opportunity now that in the off-season, Jackson Gardner, who's my footy manager, has done a power of work with 3 or 4 past players to be able to get the new guys into the place. But it's now a new story. We've got to draw a line on what's happened. It's now a new story. You've got a new facility, there's a new vibe, the whole thing, and we get to start, write chapter 1 today. I know it's a footy cliche, but it's chapter 1 today of an 18-chapter book to get to finals, and that's where we're aiming to get to. So if we can get better and better chapter by chapter, by the time end of the year comes, we should be going okay.
And just touching back on some of the recruits, something we mentioned a little bit in the pre-season was the fact a few of these players are sons of past Fairpark players. Connor Bell, obviously coming across from Norwood's 19s. You yourself, a former Fairpark player. Do you feel like it strengthens the bond with the community here at Fairpark?
Oh, it does, and that's part of the reason I came back. I had a discussion early October last year with Graham Gardner, and he said, "Are you interested?" I said, "Oh yeah." So we'll have a think about it. I reckon 2 days later, I sort of went, "Yeah, why wouldn't I be?" So I said, I didn't play a lot of footy, but I played here, won a couple of flags in the 2s. The boys that are still here and their boys are playing now, they're invested in the club. They're truly invested in the club and they love the place. And a couple of them have been away and been off to other clubs, but that's how you learn, that's how you grow. And then they come back And it seems to be, as I said, I've said it a couple of times, it's a perfect storm. You know, I come back, it's a good story, come back and coach you.
Yeah.
I didn't have a massive impact at this club when I was here. I enjoyed it. I had a great time, don't get me wrong. It was a different era. I had an absolute fantastic time. But it's something now that if we can get this right, then those names, the Churches, the Bells, the Haymans, they can run and continue the history of the club for the next. They'll be the guys in 30 years that recruit one of their old teammates to come and to come and coach their boys. If you can keep that cycle going, the club will be in a great place for a long time.
It sure will be. And then your opposition today, Chirnside Park, probably the benchmark the last couple of seasons at the Division 4 level. What's the feeling amongst the group and the coaching staff about going up against the Panthers in the first game of the season at home too?
I'll be honest, I haven't put a lot of work into them. We're worried. We have to worry about us with such, as we've just spoken about, such a changing group. You know, we've got 50% new blokes playing today. 11 of the 22 are playing their first senior game for the club, and that's not coming through 19s. You know, they're new to the club. So, look, if we concentrate on ourselves and we get our bit right for as long as we can, I think we'll be really competitive. But they are the benchmark, clearly. Losing Grand Finalists, they're the benchmark. So if we can measure up against them well, win, lose or draw, then as I said, going forward, round 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, then we think, well, when we get them again round 10, you know, if we don't win today, we think we'll be far better armed to have a good crack then. But look, we're playing to win.
Absolutely.
You know?
Just one more from me, Mark. We're watching the reserves game out here at Fairpark right now. 26-18, Fairpark are trailing Chirnside Park 6-2-38. Are there any blokes out there who you're looking forward to stepping up and seeing make an impact in the top 22?
Yeah, there's probably 6 or 7 out here today that are stiff not to be playing round 1. So they've done the work through. But you know, we've had 15 boys miss a game today in 1s or 2s. So 15 blokes haven't got a game. That's how strong our numbers are at the moment, and they've all put their hand up. I was talking to Tom, who's the coach of the 2s, Tom Petronic, and Tom said, I said, how'd you go with any of the boys? Did any of them crack the shits? And he said, no. He said they all rang to a man and said, what can I do what can I do Saturday? Can I run water? Can I do this? Can I do that? So the response has been fantastic. So as I said, there's 6 or 7 running around here today. We've got a couple of injuries as well, so a couple of boys that aren't playing. So, you know, we still think there's another 9 or 10 that can run through it in the early part of the year without boys paving a way for themselves, you know, and playing good footy in the 2s and putting their hand up.
It must be really good to have that sort of attitude from the last blokes who are going to be picked.
Yeah, look, fantastic response by those 15 boys. I think we had 7 injured, and there was about 8 that actually just missed the game. But that came back to they haven't trained the whole pre-season, so we rewarded the boys that have done the right thing, you know. So those boys have all turned up sort of March, late February, March. Right. So they understood. I'm transparent the whole way through and said, if you're not putting the time in, round 1 we're going to have blokes miss out. And as it is, we've had blokes miss out, but their response has been fantastic.
Absolutely. Well, we're looking forward to seeing Fairpark for the first time in a couple of years now, and out here at Fairpark Reserve. We thank you for joining us for the pre-game of the Eastland match of the round. Hopefully by 5 p.m. you're celebrating your first victory as Fairpark head coach, Mark. But good luck and congratulations on getting the role as well. Good luck today.
Thanks very much, boys.
Thanks there to Mark Fischer for joining us. Of course, a very well-recognised coach, of course, in the Outer East with Mount Evelyn, Upper Ferntree Gully pretty recently, and then has coached at the VFL level with Essendon VFL. So they've got a good coach coming in, but he's not wrong about this reserve side. I think there might have been a decent effort on goal before.
It was, yeah.
Chirnside Park. But you look at this reserve side, Lockie Law and Ben Dadswell, who played most of the season last year at the senior level for Fairpark, are in there. Charlie Stewart as well, Tom Horn, Rodney Yob. There's so much depth in this Fairpark lineup, Jared and Scott.
Yeah, well, I guess you're right. We're just trying to work out who's going to talk first. We'll get there by pre-season. We need a little bit more practice.
Yeah,
but,
blow the cobwebs out.
But no, look, I think that's the beauty of it. And we've said, like, the recruiting, has been so strong. It's been well written and well addressed across the board. And I think, I guess like you're saying, it's just seeing how it gels in that sort of first. He's realistic that it may not be as good as sort of they're hoping, but you can sort of see the plan like 9-10. We're humming then and got that team locked in where we want to head to and everything like that.
I was going to say, it takes a bit of time to gel when you've got literally half your side playing your first game in new colours, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. And Mark doesn't seem to have his expectations set sort of like to the stars at the moment in terms of a round one game where you've got plenty of players who'd be playing their first 4 quarters together. And I really liked his response in terms of wanting to see his side not relying on too many people. Not relying on singular efforts from each part of the ground and trying to make it an absolute team effort. I think that kind of, if they're able to put in that sort of performance, it's going to set them in really good stead for Division 4, because often you do get sides that have sort of like your bottom 6, they can go missing during a game.
Yeah, I agree with you, and I think that's the reality of it in these sort of lower division, is that, if you've only got that one player, then how are you going to get the wins if that person's off or whatever? You've got to have across the board a good mix and find those potential, and that probably is the same said for Chirnside. Obviously, we're speaking with Justin, like he goes, look, we're probably a little bit more reliant on that one individual forward, so we're now looking at getting those forwards in to assist and across the board. People are realistic of it, as
a howling gale comes across.
and the conditions it's going to test them as well, because look at out there at the moment. I know we've still got a bit of time away, but the rain's coming in sideways. It's getting wetter underfoot.
It's going to test Megan on the Taj Megan up on the top of the
He's set up as well.
And that rain's just, you can see on the lens of the camera too, it has just come in sideways right on the camera. So.
Bucketed down.
Well, I think that's a point for this game as well. I'm really looking forward to seeing the sort of profile of each team in terms of like just, using the eye test in terms of checking out how big their bodies are and whether or not, it's going to be wet weather footy, or which team's going to be able to outmuscle the other in the clinches, because it could literally just come down to contested possession today.
It certainly could. Go on, Scott.
No, I was just going to say that's the reality of of the weather and that football sort of condition at the moment.
It's not what you expect on round one usually.
This
time of year.
Not really.
We wanted the sun out, but can't have it all. But it's so good to be back down here. Like obviously, like I was saying to Mark, like the club rooms and what's built and what it once was, and you sort of look at what it is now, it's like chalk and cheese. So, I've been coming down to this club a long time just as a local, just to watch sort of footy every now and again.
Yeah.
And to come and watch the footy, it wasn't great, but you go over there now to the new club rooms, everything's set up, good sort of cover. It's just, it's a great spot to watch footy now, and that's what you want, and that's what brings people into the club. And obviously that's showing in what they're recruiting and the community, and like they're saying, how many numbers they had for their, season launch. It makes a world of difference.
And this is a side that's been relegated down into Division 4. Imagine if they were still playing Division 3. They'd certainly be a chance to play finals at least, and who knows, maybe challenge some of those top sides. Same as Chirnside Park as well, with the amount of options they have through their forward line and through their midfield too. But we'll touch on some of the games around the grounds before we go to a break in a couple of minutes' time. We'll start with Division 4, which is a fascinating weekend to kick-start, and we'll go to the game first, the Coonunga Reserve. Just a quick tip on this one, Nuttawading against Forest Hill. The Lions obviously returning to the competition. A great opportunity for either one of these sides to go 1-0. Who do we reckon wins this game?
Well, it's the battle of the home ground, isn't it? Because Coonunga Reserve, that was Forest Hills.
Yeah, it was.
That's where they played last year. So they're very used to that ground now, obviously, in that case. And I think I just have to go with the Zebras for this one. Obviously, Nuttawading's a bit of an unknown. I'm just going to go with the team that has the most continuity under their belts at the moment.
I tipped Nuttawading. I just felt that,
Fair enough.
It was just the I guess on round one, how do you, between two clubs that I think sort of similar in match-up and probably skill level, and just trying to still work it all out. But look, I like Nuttawading, what they can deliver. Forest Hill have had sort of similar situation where they've been, recruited quite heavily over the last few years, and trying to get that gelling sort of process happening. So no, I just went with my gut and went with Nunawading on that one.
Yeah, I've backed Forest Hill for that game. Doncaster take on Kilsyth. Of course, Doncaster returning to the competition. They've done a mountain of work to get themselves into this position. They've pumped up this game a fair bit. It'll be an interesting contest. Kilsyth do have Jackson Weatherall debuting for them. Of course, a former ball and premiership player coming across from Eltham in the Northern. And Jeff Goebel's playing for them as well. There's a couple of a pair of 16, 17-year-olds as well in the senior lineup. But they take on a very unknown quantity, Jared and Scott. Do we back in the Sharks or go with the known quantity in Kilsyth?
Oh, it's a tricky one, isn't it? I do like Kilsyth's side. They've got Bailey Ray added back in. I'm just looking. Jackson Weatherall is going to be a fascinating player there for them this year. Justin Van Unen returns to the club as well, and Jacob Mischketti, the new captain, of course. Jeff Goebbels as well is there. I'm really looking forward to seeing Kilsyth this year, to be honest, because I think there's they've recruited sort of purposefully. I think Damien Murray's got a good thing going on down there, and I reckon, again, I'm going to refer back to the previous game. I'm going to go with the team that has more continuity under their belts, although maybe some bigger bodies at Doncaster on a day like this could overwhelm them. We'll see.
Yeah, I've gone Doncaster just for the
Fair enough.
Just for the fact that, I know they've obviously had what they've had, happen, but they have been a top contending side through, upper divisions, and obviously it's a big change at the moment. But I just feel like the buy-in from them, it's pretty good from what you look at online. They've got quite a big pump up, get the crowd around it and everything like that. I think just the home game as well for round one, back into it, I'd pick them.
Tom McGowan there as well.
Yeah,
from
very
Mulgrave.
good player.
Yeah.
Bailey Taylor-Egan's a really good forward, and Ethan Robinson's a very handy midfield forward. So, but I am liking the work they're doing on social media, mainly because they re-clip some of the stuff we say on the EFNL Fridays.
Of your own highlight package.
Yeah, absolutely. And then finally, Bulleen Templestowe against Croydon North Hemlock is a fascinating contest out at Tedajani Reserve. Two sides whose season came officially to an end in round 18. Knocked out of the finals contention in the final round of the home and away season. They kickstart the season against one another. A lot of new faces for Croydon North Hemlock, a much younger side, and a Bulleen Templestowe side that looks like it's improved heading into the season. It's a great test for both of them to kickstart the season. What do we think of this contest, fellas?
I think I'm going to go with Bulleen Templestowe for this one, honestly. They came into the league last year. They built into the year really well. I think they just faded a little bit towards the very end. I think the Sticker brothers are going to be massive for them this year with all the experience that they have. I'm going to go with Bulleen Templestowe on this one.
Yeah, I've gone Bulleen as well. I think, they played a good season last year. A good scoring sort of side as well. So, I've backed them in at home again as well for that one.
I've picked them in my top four, and I reckon they'll improve last year, and I reckon they'll continue to improve in season 2026, especially when they're playing at the Taj, one of our favourite venues. I do hope we get to go out there sometime.
Not been there yet.
Yeah, well, I think we did their first game there last year, but it's a good spot, and hopefully we do get the chance
to... Big ground at that one as well.
It's one of the bigger, I think probably the biggest ground in Division 4.
Is it?
But possibly Pink's Reserve might compete with it, but there's still two pretty big grounds.
Might I say, what a round in Division 4 we've got to kick off the season. 4 great games, and of course Warrandyte with the bye as well.
Yeah, the unlucky side, Warrandyte, but they'll kickstart their season next week out at Chirnside Park as well, actually. So a good test to start the season for the Panthers. We'll touch on Division 3 before we go to our first break for the Eastland match of the round. Quick tip on this one, Donvale Coldstream, a young Coldstream outfit with a lot of new names, and Donvale get Billy McCormack and Mitch Brower. They've got a Jordovic playing for them as well, and Joshua, who's I still think 16 or 17 years old as well. I'm guessing we're all backing the Vales as they almost kickstart a new era as well under a new coach.
Yeah, absolutely. Donvale would be my, when I listened to the podcast on the way here, I heard about the Survivor tips that Ryan added in. Donvale will be my pick for that if I can unofficially just chuck that in. I think Coldstream, it's going to be an interesting year for them, and I say interesting with a bit of a negative slant to it, unfortunately.
I reckon Survivor will get the new mention rather than Montrose. Like, it should be how long till a Survivor,
Well, I might not survive the first week. I don't know if you heard my Survivor tip, Jared.
No, I didn't.
I tipped Ringwood against Mulgrave.
Wonderful.
Oh, outrageous, Josh, outrageous.
Scott, your tip in this game?
Yeah, Donvale for me on this one.
Whitehorse Pioneers against Oakley District. The Pioneers unfurling their Division 4 flag. Couple of new names for them. Oakley District set to have the Amins, Samir Kazazada as well. Some really handy players coming in. Do we back in the Pioneers, or can the Oaks get over the line here, Jared and Scott?
I think there's a lot of momentum coming in from Division 4 for Whitehorse. I'd imagine that they're looking really good. They looked really good last year towards the end of the season. They obviously, Chirnside, I think, was the better home and away side. However, I don't know. I feel like my trust in Oakley District at the moment is kind of had failed throughout the year. But they do have the Emmons and Sam Kazazada as well, and those are massive. I think they'll once they start to gel with the rest of the district's team, then they'll be pretty good. I'm going for Whitehorse though.
Yeah, I've gone Whitehorse as well. I think you're right, Joe. Just that momentum from last season will always continue, in your favour. Oakley, obviously, a bit up and down at that stage through last year. So I think, see how they go. But good recruiting for Oakley. They needed it, I think. And obviously, I just feel like Whitehorse, they're a good body side. They'll fit fine into that division, no issues.
Obviously, no Blake Pearson for Oakley, the first time in a couple of years for them, which is a loss, but somewhat offset by the inclusion of Adam Amin as well. We'll then go to a game which would be easy to tip, but it's at Wally Chew Reserve, and it's Ferntree Gully against Sylvan. Now, I've backed Sylvan in this game, and I said it on the podcast, if Sylvan do not win this game, I'm never tipping them away again. Because this is against the young Ferntree Gully side, I should say. No Jaden Stevenson playing at the VFL and the State League side this weekend, and might be there for probably most of the season. They take on a Sylvan side that has Mark Stevens, a couple of other handy inclusions as well, Michael Smith. On paper, they should get over the line, but it's just that mental barrier of travelling away from Sylvan, Scott.
Yeah, I love a good Sylvan trip. Hopefully we book one in this year. Let me know. But no, I've gone Ferntree Gully as much as, and again, that's probably I tipped Sylvan last year a number of times away, and it didn't work in my favour. So I've gone with Ferntree Gully just to go with the theme and look, toss the coin on that one. I wouldn't be surprised if Sylvan get up and win it though.
I'm going for Ferntree Gully on this one as well. They need to break that hoodoo before I start tipping them away, Sylvan.
They do need to. And then finally, Knox Upper Gully, which is a fascinating game out at Knox Gardens Reserve. 2 finalists from last year. A couple of star names for them. The Kings unveil some of their Beaconsfield recruits as well, which will be fascinating to see how they go this afternoon. Knox with some inclusions as well. No Harrison Greaves with them. No Travis Strange as well for Upper Gully, who's playing in the reserves today, interestingly, Travis Strange. So
rather strange.
That's a very surprising move this early in the season. What do we think of this contest? I've backed in Upper Gully purely because of Knox missing a couple of players, but it wouldn't surprise me if Knox get over the line with these conditions in particular, Jared.
Yeah, the Gully, the Kings, they've improved out of sight. They've gone from strength to strength over the past couple of years, and they continue to recruit well. I think the blue and red, they're in for a good year this year. And look, as much as Knox is probably going to be one of their main contenders, along of course with Donvale, I'm going to go for Upper Ferntree Gully for this one. I don't think they're going to be at all fazed by the fact that it's an away game to start off.
And I've gone Knox. I just feel like, Knox home game again. I think you look at that, they're playing good footy, and that will continue. I feel like that momentum from sort of last year. Again, a bit of a toss of the coin though as well. I'm not saying that, definitely, it's going to be that way. So, no, just for me, I think Knox, and I like what they're doing at the moment anyway.
Absolutely. We're going to go to our first break for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round, live from Fairpark Reserve, and right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM, and streaming live around the globe on YouTube and Facebook.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in, because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice-cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor. Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Station sponsor.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Station sponsor.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Fairpark taking on Chirnside Park. A big early season Division 4 clash out here. Josh Wood here alongside Scott Hardy. Jared Beanland will join us shortly. Just have to quickly duck off to the toilet. But let's touch on some of the Division 2 games taking place, Scott, around the grounds. Quick tip on this one, Croydon against Lilydale, a twilight fixture out of Croydon Oval, some young sides. I've backed the Falcons in. I'll probably be the only one to back in Lilydale this weekend, but I just have that feeling they've got some good talent coming into the side, and Croydon, don't know how they're going to fare, particularly with some of their losses this off-season.
No, I'm going against you on that one there, Josh. I think I've tipped Croydon on that one. A Croydon home game it's a Croydon home game.
Yeah, it's a Croydon.
I know they're just around the corner from each other.
I've been doing foolish tips this week.
Have you?
We'll touch on foolish tip a little bit later on.
Part of the Survivor series, so we'll see how that goes. But look, that's the beauty of round one, though. Like, you know, we can look at it and go, oh, we've had this and we've had this person sign on and blah, blah, blah. Until you're on the park and there's a few games under your belt, very hard to pick. So you can probably have that as in your back pocket.
Absolutely. Scoresby take on East Burwood. Renewing acquaintances out at our Scoresby Recreation Reserve. What do we think of this contest, and who do we reckon gets the job done, fellas?
I've gone Scoresby for that one. Again, at home and just continuing on, playing fine footy. So, no, I've got every confidence they get the win.
Yeah, I'm the same, Scott. Scoresby, they obviously, as I said, with White Horse, they come into the division with a lot of momentum, and I'm really keen to see sort of like what they bring to Division 2.
It's just obviously those losses up in how they're going to restructure in their forward line, Scoresby, and how they work their magic now.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think Craig McKenzie's sort of he's always going to have a plan, you know.
He certainly will. I'd love to go on this game for the entire afternoon, but Surrey Park Waverley Blues, some big names being unveiled for both sides this afternoon. Panthers or Blues in this one, Scott and Jared?
I've gone Surrey.
Yeah, I've got to go Surrey as well, to be honest. I think, look, last year was incredible for them to have ascended twice throughout the past couple of years, and then to make a huge impact in Division 2, taking Templestowe to the wire, taking Wanturna South to the wire as well in finals. the feeling's got to be so good at Surrey Park.
It is good. It is pretty good at the moment down there at Surrey Park. And
did you go to season launch down there?
I don't think they had they didn't really have a season launch. They obviously had the first Thursday night a couple of nights ago, but it was a good vibe. I must admit some strong numbers as well, and I think there's some genuine excitement about what's to come.
Dylan Williams,
yes,
of course, big name, of course, coming from Port Adelaide.
He'll be playing out of the square alongside another ex-AFL name in Blake Lidler, so that'll be a fascinating duo. But I think everyone knows who I'll be backing in that game, and if only I had the opportunity to make them my survivor tip. Heathmont take on Templestowe out at H.A. Parker Reserve. They split their regular season meetings last year. Heathmont with a lot of young players in their lineup. Templestowe with some good inclusions. I think all of us will be backing in the Dockers this game.
Probably should have, but I went Heathmont.
Well, hello.
I like it.
I just wanted something a little bit different because I thought everyone would, so I just chucked in something totally random just because it is round one, so I'm going with that.
Yeah,
and I'm looking forward to seeing the score on that, actually.
I think both teams, they're at different points in their sort of life cycle as clubs at the moment. I think Templestowe, they're going to be pushing for that Division 1 berth for next year. That 1 point grand final loss last year, it would sting. Heathmont, they're at a different point, and I think they're going to be looking to more than just the scoreboard for signs in terms of whether or not they're going to improve.
Yeah, it only threw me because I actually looked at my tips and I went, I've picked Heathmont, so I have to go back it in. I can't change it. I can't change it now. We're here.
That's admirable.
Yeah, you got to ride with it. We'll see what happens.
At least you're not as foolish as me with tipping Heathmont in comparison to who I tipped and who I've fully backed in for this next game, Ringwood against Mulgrave, who I do have as my certainty. And look, I just think Ringwood, they've got a lot of good players coming back into the lineup. Tyson Calder, Patrick Burmeister as well, his, I think, 150th club game, so, and a senior debutant too. But Mulgrave, they're unpredictable. I'm not too sure how conditions will suit them as well, so I can't back out now. I think the Redbacks, and they've got a great coach as well in Brett Rowe, Jared and Scott.
Look, I'm going to go for Mulgrave in this one. I think I do like a couple of their recruits. Vragianis, one of them, Monroe as well, Ollie Monroe. They've got Fletcher Roberts playing today as well, of course, which is huge that he's been able to go around again. I think I'm going to go with Mulgrave for this one. Just a bit more of a known quantity for me as opposed to a Ringwood side that have some new and some returning names.
Yeah, I think just the scoring sort of power that Mulgrave can deliver. Obviously, it's just the consistency that's probably let them down, over the season. But yeah, I'm backing in Mulgrave.
Oscar Bartlett as well, making his senior debut, I believe.
Yes.
Under 19s player, played so well in that grand final last year.
Absolutely. Touching on Division 1, quick tips for these first two games. Norwood against Park Orchards. Montrose taking on Bayswater, both at Mullum and Montrose Recreation Reserve. Sharks and D's, I'm guessing we're backing in for those games, Jared?
I have to. I absolutely have to. I'm really keen to see what Norwood have got on offer this year, but Park Orchards, again, another team that's going to be looking for premiership glory this year.
Yeah, Park Orchard.
And Montrose Bayswater as well. I'm guessing you're backing in the D's as well.
It's got to be Montrose.
Yeah. Bayswater do have Trent Bianco playing for them as well. Of course, a former Collingwood man, Jared, who you would have seen a fair bit of. But Montrose also have Riley Collier-Dawkins and some of the Croydon boys making their debut for them today. Moorbark Warnturna South, they've got some talent to do Moorbark this weekend. With the VFL having a bye, they've been able to prosper with some of those inclusions. Warnturna South without Luke Grimer for the season due to tearing multiple ligaments in his knee, which is so unfortunate, but I'm still backing in the Devils for this game, Scott and Jared.
Yeah, I've gone the Devils as well. I just think, on form, you have to stick with them.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm the same. Look, I wouldn't put it past Moorbark to give the Devils a rude awakening and a hard welcome back to Division 1, just given the talent that they do have in today. However, I've got to go for the Devils on this one, as you say, just on form, and a few recruits as well. That Lincoln One back in the side, of course, as well.
That's massive.
Got to go with Warnturna South in this one.
And then finally, Beaconsfield up against North Ringwood at home park. Do we back in the Saints for this game? The young Saints against against a pretty young Beaconsfield lineup, it looks as well, who've lost some key names also, Jared and Scott.
I think the main challenge for North Ringwood is going to be playing on such a big ground at the moment. I feel like they do take to the...
Yeah.
Well, the Quambia is rather large, so they know how to play that. I think Beaconsfield, they're a bit more of an unknown quantity than they have been in the past couple of years, so I'm going to go for North Ringwood on this one.
Are you?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm going Beaconsfield. At home, always play well there. Magnificent ground. One of my favourite ones to call from. I just love the setup there. Need to get back into Beaky as well. Add that to the list.
Hopefully we can take a trip down the coast this year.
Yeah.
Anyway, quickly touching on Premier Division games. Noble Park take on Roval. Some VFL talent coming in for Roval. Quick tip. I'm guessing the Hawks for this game against the Bullside, who have lost a couple of players, Jared and Scott.
Yep, going with that one.
The Hawks. Berwick South Belgrave's a fascinating contest as well out at Edwin Flack Reserve. Do we think I've backed in the Wickers. They've got Jackson Binns playing for them and a couple of others. The Nelsons, Lewis Hill, South Belgrave lose Taylor Garner. They bring in a VFL listed player, Matt Hollier. I've backed in the Wickers out at Edwin Flack. Scott, what do you think?
I've gone South Belgrave. Yep. I just think, just continue on, and I think they'll suit that division really well.
I'm going to go with South Belgrave on this one, although I think it's going to be a good year for Berwick, at least in terms of just seeing some improvement. This is going to be a struggle for South Belgrave. I think they'll win, but I also think that Berwick's going to really take them to the line.
And then South Croydon taking on East Ringwood out at Chirnside Park. Of course, East Ringwood unveiling Stephen May as their new recruit. Going to be fascinating to see where he plays this weekend out at Chirnside Park. South Croydon also with some names, but are without Anthony Scott for the first couple of weeks due to injury as well. Of course, the former Western Bulldog. This is a fascinating contest out at Chirnside Park, Scott.
Yeah, looking forward to seeing the scoreline on that one today. I've tipped East Ringwood for that one. Just confidence on them as well at the moment. But yeah, again, South Croydon wouldn't surprise me. I think they play really good football at home, and in these conditions, I think they'll match it quite well.
Yeah, I think East Ringwood, they've got the artillery to take on South Croydon, although... I
wonder what the crowd size will be as well.
Ooh,
so
yeah.
I was going to say should be pretty big, but it's obviously a little bit wet conditions at the moment. So
I'm going to be looking forward to looking at the footage of this game during the week, because I think it's going to be a fantastic clash between two teams who are going to be pushing for finals this year, Josh.
Yeah, they certainly will. I've backed in East Ringwood as well, new coach as well in Paul Griffiths, so certainly going to be interesting to see how they fare up against Brendan Allen's men. We've got a bit of time, Scotty, to go through your social media shout-out, which we always enjoy. So who are some of the clubs that have impressed you on the social media front the last couple of weeks?
Never have time for this sort of extra stuff, Josh. You've really pushed us through quickly. But look, I love a good social media, and especially in the pre-season, everyone's full of hope and dreams, and come down to the club, we'll do this for you, we'll do that for you, and it's always good. There's some that just don't, and you go, well, get some involvement. I want to see what's being on offer. But I did get a sort of 3-2-1, and they still change as the year progresses, and obviously would like to see some more. Actually, funnily enough, number 3 was Chirnside. They set up the old camera, in the change rooms and said, who's going to kick the first goal? I know Baldwin did it last year as first round. They did use it, and then never heard from him ever again. Saw a little bit every now and again, but that was it. So they had it, and they were saying that Corsi got a number of votes. Fico, Swifty as well got a mention. So we'll see who kicks first goal and who takes the chocolates for that. Number 2, actually, South Croydon. Yes.
Not bad.
We've worked well here. That hasn't been teed up at all, so that's worked out well. Good questions. They had a little questionnaire going around, like they had the microphone coming around up to Liam Shields being in front and centre, and then said, why didn't you make the AFL? And he was very much thrown by that question. And so, no, very good content. I liked it. Keep the questions coming around the ground. So it was just after training or through training, and good buy-in from there. My number 1, though, was a really simple post, and it was just literally a shout-out. And it was to Croydon. And they basically said on their page, it was, where is it? It goes, shout out, where they literally sent a shout out to the community of Croydon saying, bring a slab to put into the fridge for the season, and you'll get 6 drink vouchers as a return for it. So I love the simplicity of it, the call out to the community on social media. So if it gets a bit of buy-in, and we get a few views on this in saying Croydon's the #1 spot for the social media shout out, I'm sure Ryan can tee something up with the powers to be, and we might get a prize out to him or something like that, or slab or whatever. I don't know. Or maybe I'll have to do it myself if we go out there. Are we covering a Croydon game this year, Ryan?
Probably.
All right, all right. Well, keep it going. So that's where it sort of sits at the moment. I think they're doing good content.
Scott, who do you reserve more criticism for? Is it the club that is just radio silence for the whole year, or is it the club that has a big sort of social media presence at the start of the year and then just start losing all their games and go on radio silence?
No, look, they started strong. I think you've got to always just put something. So at least if they've got something, good for you. Well done. It's the ones that just don't put any effort in, and you go, well, come on. If you're a footy club, we're in the modern age here. Everyone can get around a footy club. Everyone loves it at the moment. It's cheap. It's a good place to be. So yeah, why wouldn't you pump your club up and get more people around you?
Absolutely. I always love seeing the social media of different clubs. I've loved Doncaster, what they've done on the social media front, trying to build up this game. Again, the fact they repost some of our clips on the Evening podcast recently. Moorbuck also do some pretty good stuff as well on the social media front. But yeah, you're right about some of those clubs, and I love South Croydon and Brendan Allen. Hoping to get a lick of the ice cream as well. That's always one of my favourites as well. But are there any honourable mentions as well for the Scotty social media shout out?
Just the top 3. So send through on Facebook or YouTube if there's one I should check out, because I was having a look and I was sort of asking a few guys, who's got some good content going around? So I was just sort of looking through myself, and these are the ones that sort of popped up. So no, they take the 3. No one else can get a mention.
Well, speaking of social media, I've just popped up the Facebook live stream, and I've just seen a comment from an absolute superstar, Lee Odermatt. He says Xavier Leslie is watching in the change rooms at the moment, the live stream. So I think that's a definite find. Shout out to you, Xavier. Looking forward to seeing how you go this afternoon. Of course, one of the young stars. But shout out to all those tuning into the live stream as Chirnside Park do make their way out onto the field out here at Fairpark Reserve.
I think it was Xavier Leslie took an absolute screamer against Kilsyth.
Absolute screamer. I saw his dad. A couple of months ago now. Because his daughter just graduated, and long story, my daughter graduated at the same time. So we travelled the long haul down to Geelong to Mount Deakin for the ceremony, and he just happened to be there. I've gone, because I used to play footy with him myself, Chris. And he said, that shot, with Dave, we still play it. He still plays it.
It's not a bad facility down there at Deakin Uni Geelong.
That's very nice. Very nice.
Before my car licence days, I've made the trek down there, which is quite an experience.
It was before the needing to be rich to get down there, of course.
Absolutely. But before we go to one final break for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round, let's touch on this game, which is a fascinating contest. The reserves, Chirnside Park won that one 64-40 against a good start to the Chirnside Park reserve season, who had some good players in there. Aaron Bird, I know there was another Slattery playing for them, but I think this is a fascinating contest, probably between two of the better sides in Division 4, on paper at least, for season 2026, Scott and Jared.
Yeah, as rain still continues to fall down here. But no, look, I am always bullish on Chirnside. I think they deliver a brand of footy, and I like that they're sort of looking at what they can change to, just get that final prize at end of year. I've backed Chirnside in this game. I think you've got to have a bit more respect for them. I think there's been a lot written about Fairpark, what they are bringing. I have no doubt that they're going to deliver some good football through the year. However, I think it will take a little bit of time for that to build up. Chirnside obviously still staying strong together, know where they want to go and know what they've done wrong in sort of the last couple of seasons. So I sort of feel like, they're the ones to chase at the moment, and I'm confident that they'll get the win.
Yeah, it is a feature of Chirnside Park's past couple of seasons. They do start the year strongly as well, and I wouldn't be surprised that they will take that sort of momentum, that kind of winning form, the early parts of the year into this game. Fairpark, as you say, Scott, it'll take time for them to gel for sure. I'm really looking forward to seeing what they put out on the field this year. I'm really looking forward to seeing players like Searle and Bryce Galvin, of course, playing for them. Schroeder as well, Hayden Schroeder, the Bayswater guys, and Oscar Lunny from Baldwin also. But the question is, what's the system going to be looking like? New coach also. I think Chirnside Park will have their sort of systems down pat. They'll slot their new players in a little bit more effortlessly than Fairpark.
Yeah, and I think, sorry, I'll let you have you say, but yeah, I was just going to say, I think as well, that coaching aspect as well, like just having the consistency that Chirnside's had, they know what Justin's chasing from them, so I think they just continue going and just making those tweaks and making their side a bit better.
Hopefully a little bit of a shootout as well. Yep. Conditions might not allow for that, but there's certainly no shortage of goal kickers for either side as well. But we might go to a break here for one final break before we bring in the call team for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Fairpark taking on Chirnside Park out here at Fairpark Reserve.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve for today's edition of the Eastland Match of the Round. Fairpark taking on Chirnside Park. Big early season Division 4 clash out here between the Lions and the Panthers. You're catching all the action right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM. Streaming live right around the globe, YouTube and Facebook. And if you give us a shout out where you're tuning in from as well, and you might be able to throw your own teammates under the bus as well, like Xavier Leslie, who's now out onto the field for Chirnside Park. But Josh Ward here. The call team has, well, somewhat assembled. We've got our two boundary riders heading over to the far side of Fairpark Reserve, and we'll get in touch with them shortly. But riding shotgun with me today, and I have been looking forward to calling alongside this man at the senior men's level after he dominated last year, calling the socks off a couple of cracking grand finals, winning the Clinton Gribus Award. It's none other than Chris Cordes. Hello, Chris.
Hello, Josh. Thank you very much, mate. What an introduction that is.
Almost makes me want to walk out and come back in so we can do it all over again. But look, pleasure
Want
to
some walk-on music? Or?
Pleasure to be here, of course. Lovely. I was going to say a lovely day for footy. Maybe the conditions aren't that great, but still a lovely occasion for round one. You're right. I've been looking forward to it as well, Colin, beside you. I think the last time we linked up for one of these might have been round one of the women's season last year. So we had a draw on that day. Hopefully we get as close of a game today ahead of us, but we'll have to see. But yeah, pleasure to be here and looking forward to it.
Yeah, looking forward to calling alongside you and to call this game as well out here between the Lions and the Panthers. Jared Beanland and Scott Hardy, who also joined us in the pre-game. They're on special comments today. It's great to be alongside the both of you as well and looking forward to this game. Scott, I know you're very eager as someone who's pretty close to here and pretty close and likes seeing one of these clubs in particular.
Yeah, fantastic to be down here today, Josh. I didn't think I was going to get so close to home for round one, so a bonus. Consider I haven't made an appearance for a little bit of time, but great to be back for local footy. I just love it. It's round one. It's the hype, the anticipation, all the belief that we've had a really good pre-season and we've done this right and we've done that right, and then come the end of the day, we'll see how right it is. So no, I'm looking forward to it. Sun's just coming through now, which is magnificent. A bit of blue sky off to the right, so the boundary guys will be very thrilled.
I was going to say hopefully this remains for the rest of the game, but conditions aren't predicted to be great.
I think you were just seeing a rumour.
Jared, great to have you on special comments as well for today's clash.
Thanks very much, Josh. Really looking forward to getting back into some local footy. I mean, where else would you rather be out in the suburbs watching some absolutely spectacular games? Anywhere you are as well around the eastern suburbs, there's probably a footy match happening near you, so why not go down and check it out? But today here at Fairpark and Chirnside Park, I'm really looking forward to this game. I'm really looking forward to seeing what Fairpark have on offer. They will have a new lease on life now. They're down a division. They're not going to be playing your Don Vales and your Upper Ferntree Gullies and your Knoxes. They're having a bit of a reset in terms of the list. Of course, now they come up against Chirnside Park, which is which were a juggernaut last year in the home and away season. And so I think it's the perfect challenge for Mark Fischer and his boys to take on to see exactly where they're at.
Absolutely, and the toss has just been done. Matt King has won it for Chirnside Park, of course, their new skipper for season 2026. The Panthers will be kicking to the left of your broadcast, or I think we'll call it the Manuka Drive end of, or the community centre end of Fairpark Reserve. Fairpark will be kicking to the right, or we'll call it the creek end out here at Fairpark Reserve. So
it's also the EFNL headquarters end out to the left as well, the Manuka Drive on.
Yeah, that is true. It's nice to have had a hop, skip and a jump. We'll call the far side wing.
Oh, no, sorry. No, it's the far side, sorry. Sorry,
they're heading that way.
No sense of direction.
We'll call the far side wing the EFNL house wing, but we'll cross down to Oscar Lutke, who's down boundary side alongside Ryan Long, who looks like he's speaking with one of the Fairpark coaches. Oscar, what are conditions down on ground level like?
Hey guys, it's good to be back, and there's a bit of wind, but it's kind of died down a bit at the moment, but we'll see if it picks back up. Grass is still a bit wet from the rain. Good conditions down here other than that.
Tips, fellas?
I've lost you guys.
Do you have tips for us, Oscar and Ryan?
I'm going Chirnside Park, boys, and I reckon they'll get up by about 20.
Sorry, I had my mic off, boys. Great start to the day, but
Are you new, Ryan?
it's cutting in a little bit, boys. But for me, I'm tipping Fairpark with their new recruits. Very strong side, I think they've put out today. So tipping Fairpark by 4 goals.
And your tip as well for this game, Chris?
Yes, I'm going to go Fairpark. I think it's going to be a bit closer than we thought because of the conditions. I'm going to say them by 17.
I've gone Fairpark as well. I'm very bullish on their recruits. I think a lot of us are with their new recruits, and one of them in Mitch Jackson, in fact 2 of them, Mitch Jackson and Russell Cowan, are set to start in midfield alongside Mitch Need and Cole Hurd. That's a daunting proposition for a Chirnside Park midfield that has Connor Maguire, Dylan Causey, the new vice-captain of Chirnside Park, Chaz Clevan, the former skipper, and Dermot Reynolds, who will take this first ruck contest. And it's said to be umpire Brad Pulley, who gets us underway for today's edition of the Eastland match of the round, and he'll have one final look across Fairpark Reserve before signalling the all clear and holding the ball aloft for this massive Division 4 early season clash out here. The first game for both these sides in season 2026 as we await the first siren of this Eastland match of the round. Brad Pooley holds the ball aloft, and it's going to be Chris Cordes who gets us underway for today's clash.
And we are just about ready to go as the ball is thrown up and the 2026 Division 4 season is underway. Need with the first centre clearance, gets it deep inside forward 50. It's off Fierce. Doing the roving is Cannon, who just throws it on the right boot. He'll manage to get it out to the wing. Still a lot of work to do for this Chirnside Park defence, who's been put under the cosh early. Footy spilled loose at ground. Going to it with Dylan Causey. He looks to get it out. Still a lot of work to do. Head over the footy there, I believe, from Need. He's awarded with a free kick. And now we'll assess his options. Wheels onto the right boot. Gets a bit of the belly of the ball. 1v1. Fairpark attacker slipped in. Smith. Still a lot of footy to be won. There's bodies dropping around the ball. You'd think there's a sniper perched atop where the camera is right now at Fairpark Reserve. Still the footy's on the ground. Sock it off. Looking to be in a bit of space is Cowan. Turns Shepherder. Still a lot of footy to be won once more. The ball's on the ground. Will come out the back of the park. Absolute bedlam here early in the Eastland match of the round so far. As it's going to spill out to Need once more. Punched forward. No one wants to take the footy now. Looking to burst away was King. Got it on the boot. Contest. Good bit of bodywork. Centre half wing straight in front of us. Mark taken by Bailey Carlin as he'll look down the line. And he'll find a teammate as well. So foot in the hands of Mitch Jackson, who'll have a lot to say about this contest. Drills one. Absolutely perfectly laid out from Jackson there. Laced out his teammate. And we will have our first set shot of the day going the way of the Fairpark Lions just in this pocket. And it will go the way of Bryce Galvin.
Jeez, what delivery. That's going to be exciting for the entire season, Scott and Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. Great pressure right from the start, and I think Fairpark, that delivery, they switched the ball up a little bit to get it in there, and I like that ball movement.
So Galvin from a step inside the boundary, wrong side for a right footer, but only about 25 out. As we'll go for the traditional drop punt. It looks good off the boot. He loves it. Galvin's on the board. Fairpark hit the scoreboard for the first time in Division 4, and the Lions take the lead 6-0.
Galvin with what's their kicks so far? 307, make that 308 goals for his career. A nice set shot there for Fairpark.
16 goals in 7 games last year with Fairpark as well. I mentioned in the Div 4 pre-season preview, Fairpark are going to massively benefit for a full season with Bryce Galvin, who's starting as the deepest forward. It looks like alongside Ryan Smith, but fantastic play, and it was the old guard of Kyle Hurd and Mitch Need with that first clearance. What role will they play in helping particularly guys like Cowan and Jackson settling into this Fairpark side as Need goes up against the youngster in Connor McGuire in the middle of Fairpark Reserve. It's once again going to be Cole Hurd and Dermot Reynolds doing battle in this ruck contest, with the Lions kicking the first goal of this game. And it's the tap down one by Reynolds to McGuire. Got the handball back, but it'll be intercepted by Fairpark. And Jackson runs onto it, goes inside forward 50. Free kick paid. Is it going to be downfield?
Yeah, it was in the back.
It might be going to Ryan Smith, this free kick as well, the former Doncaster man, who's playing as a deep forward, is a pretty handy target to have there alongside Bryce Galvin as well, Ryan Smith. 16 goals last year for Fairpark, kicked the 24 goals in 57 senior games as well.
It was just that lead up, Josh. He got pushed in the back just as he was approaching for the ball.
A touch of nervousness in the Chirnside Park defence at the moment, and you would be nervous with the ball coming out of the centre just like that.
25 metres out, he'll kick this from on a 45-degree angle. The former Donny man to give Fairpark the first 2 goals of this Eastland match of the round. Drifts to the right. 117 Fairpark to Chirnside Park, yet to register on the scoreboard and yet to have an inside 50 after 4 minutes of play here.
Yeah, just off the outside of the boot on that occasion as the Panthers will bring it back in. Short chip kick finds King. Skipper with the ball in hand. And he'll look to play on to his right and does so immediately. Gets a Shepard from down. He just hoofs it down the corridor. Plenty of flyers at it. Coming down with a footy for Fairpark is Cooper Heyman with the intercept mark. And he'll look to go down the line. Has a target. Finds him. Play on. They'll go quickly with the Lions. They'll look to the weak side of the 50. Off hands and brought it in eventually. Got the big 2 mids to it and then brought it back in on the second attempt. So Fairpark with another chance to get back on the scoreboard today, and it's in the hands of Connor Bell, who's on debut for Fairpark in 2026 in this round 1 fixture. And he'll have a chance from about 30 out, slight angle, but it will be Bell for Fairpark, second of the day. Drop punt is pulled to the right. So maybe the conditions starting to get the better of the kickers as it's on the outside of the boot again.
Leslie would be disappointed with his effort in that contest. Lucky to only have the minor scored against him.
Cannon with a cannon of a boot as well. Sends it into the middle of Fairpark Reserve. Maguire roves the spoil. Got the handball over the top looking for Jake Corsi. It was under plenty of pressure. The big bump there from Ben Searle. Couldn't take clean possession. Ball locked up.
Well, that was Chirnside Park's best sort of like thrust forward so far, and came unstuck from a good bit of body work there from it was Searle.
Jake Corsi feeling the effects of that one. I don't know if he's going off or...
Yeah, holding his head. Yeah, he's going off now.
Keep an eye on that as Hurd won that tap down. It's Chirnside who rove it. Dylan Corsi with the kick inside forward 50. It'll bounce its way out of bounds before Ben Searle runs on to that. And the Fairpark supporter who got close to getting a possession of the footy there, Scott.
Also, Joshua Swift for Chirnside got the, I think it's the sleeve on the left arm. I haven't got binos. You've got the binos, but just to pick him out, he's definitely got something on the left arm, whether it's a sleeve or tattoo, whatever.
As Chirnside look to win this clearance. It's Hurd breaking one tackle, getting a handball away to Brad Need. Looping handball over the top was a good one. It found his teammate who goes to this broadcast side wing right in front of us. And he's happy to see that one go out of bounds. Is Josh Teal, of course, one of 11 new players in this Fairpark side.
Former North Ringwood, right?
Yes.
Yep.
Played a bit of senior footy there as well. We'll have this ball tossed back into play. Reynolds against Hurd on centre wing broadcast side. There's going to be a holding free kick go to one of the champions of this Fairpark side. And it is Cole Hurd, who's I-starred inside forward 50. Got a couple of options. Jackson offering a lead short, decides to go longer in the Bryce Galvin direction up against 3. And he's going to get a holding free kick. You could argue it was a bit stiff there, but the former Bayswater champion, former Bayswater premiership player, will have an opportunity to kick his second goal of this contest after holding free kick.
Do we get replays on that one? Because I don't know if that was holding. I'd love to see that again.
So, would have been quite fascinating. Umpire signalled he might have had a bit of a pull as well, but Bryce Galvin, similar spot to where Ryan Smith had that goal before, but only on a slight angle he'll kick this from. Looking for senior goal number 309. Comes in now. And he knew it when it left the boots. Fairpark with the first 2 goals of this Eastland match of the round after 7.5 minutes of play. They're 2-2-14. Chirnside Park yet to register a score, Chris.
Yeah, well, we've seen they've made a bit of a mess of a couple set shots, but Bryce Galvin's been as sure as ever, and that's what he's there to do. Obviously, they got him midway through last season, and he's paid dividends at the end there, and will pay dividends in this Division 4 campaign in 2026. 2 on the board already for Fairpark, both going to that man we just mentioned.
They're just winning the clearances, aren't they?
And they're dominating out of the middle. As they'll look to do so again, rucks go out and more or less cancel each other out. Diving handball goes forward for Fairpark. They'll look to use the wing. Well intercepted though from Sam Cannon. And now he'll go wide to a teammate in Came in a step to his left, get it on the left boot. Finds a teammate in a bit of space. This is good from the Panthers. They need to go quickly and they will. Back to Camian on the handball receive. Chip kick inside forward 50. Looking for a lead above a teammate. It's through hands, but it's gone all the way through. Did it get a touch? Goal umpire says no. The Panthers are on the board for 2026, and that goal goes to the debutant in Brooklyn Lamb.
It's not a bad effort, that one.
Well, I believe they got him from Ringwood in the off-season. As it's gone through, will be Camian actually. The kick's gone the whole way through. So Ryan Camian with the opener for Chirnside Park.
What a kick that was.
Nice guy. Yeah, and good overlap, as well.
Yeah, absolutely. I liked the ball movement there. They were very considered with where they wanted to have the ball.
Ball tossed back up in the middle of Fairpark Reserve. It's Marks who won the tap down. The smother from Daniel Fielding sends it inside forward 50. Good grabs taken by Brad Need. In front of a number 51 on the field for Chirnside Park, which we'll get our boundary riders to keep an eye on, but it's Mitch Need in the meanwhile bursting away. Handball will be cut off by Ryan Camian on this broadcast side. And he gives away a throw free kick. So another opportunity to thrust forward for Fairpark. It's in the hands of John Stewart, whose kick is intercepted by Connor Maguire in the middle of Fairpark Reserve. The former Lilydale man goes inside forward 50, where the lead was there from Brooklyn Lamb, applies the tackle. Umpire says nothing doing. There's a holding the man free kick though, and it's going to go to the Lions. And Benny Searle, one of a fair few former Bayswater men, will take this free kick, Chris.
So I'll look to go quickly and use this near broadcast side. It's centre wing. That mark was grasped there by Scott. Set upon immediately. Play on, says the umpire. Bodies dropping around the footy. Good contest there early. It's gone back in the hands of Scott. He gets a handball off. They use this near side wing now. Kick goes down the line, just slightly overcooked. And out of bounds on the full. He was set upon immediately. Darcy Church as he looked to get it forward. Good pressure from the Panthers. Sam Cannon's option is turned away, so instead they'll just look to go high and long down the line, and they'll just reciprocate and return the favour with an out of bounds on the full of themselves. So, Fairpark, let's see if we can keep this one in play now, as they've got the footy true centre half wing, and they'll go forward, just look to take territory, plenty of bodies around it, good sprawl over the top, as King was in there as well, but Ryan Smith outnumbered. Just brought the ball to ground and got it out for a boundary throw, and will get his team a good bit of territory.
I think they just need to lower the eyes there. Fairpark have been leading up really well to the ball in their forward line. I liked how they've worked in their forward half.
So Rux will go up once more. In pursuit is Jackson. It will bounce away from him though. Camian's around the footy. His handball was smothered by the likes of Ben Searle, and they're applying good pressure. So we'll have another ball up just in front of us here.
Chirnside Park starting to get a bit of equity around the clearances at the moment.
So Fairpark 2-2-14 plays Chirnside Park 1 flat 6 as the Rucks will go wide it. They cancel each other out. No real winner of the footy yet as Hurd goes to the ground to try and extract it himself. He keeps his hands free. The tackle gets a handball off, bit of a blind one. Mark's crunched his opponent in the middle there. Handball's been overcooked. Went over the top of Church. We've got a player down in his haunches. The play continues on the far side as it's socked off the ground by Swift. Will go over the back. Can they get to it? Can they get something onto the Panthers? No. Fairpark flood back, but there is a holding the man whistle in there. So it'll be a set shot from only about 10 metres out. It was very well done from the Chirnside Park side there to get the footy forward, and they will be rewarded with a shot from close range.
Ben Searle was the man down just then. He's gotten back up, waved away the trainer, sort of stretching his neck out a little bit, but I think he's going to stay on and be fine.
So it will be this mystery man in the number 53 kit at the moment for Chirnside Park. If anyone's listening and knows who that is, drop it in the comment section. We'd love to give him credit if he kicks this one, and he should do it from about 10 metres out, 45-degree angle. The kick will come from the right boot, and it was never missing from there. Chirnside Park get closer to evening the ledger. That's their second of the day. Scoreboard reads 2-2-14. Fairpark to Chirnside Park 2 flat 12. And the Panthers cut the lead back to 2.
Yeah, fine composure by Chirnside now. It's started to work it all out. But like I said, Fairpark had that initial sort of movement I really liked out of their centre. But I do like Connor Maguire around the centre mid for Chirnside. Good inclusion there.
Very handy indeed. A former best and fairest winner at the league level for Chirnside Park. Spent the last 2 seasons with Lilydale as this ruck contest won by Chirnside. Shark by Ben Slattery, who's locked up. And we will have a secondary stoppage in the middle of Fairpark Reserve. The Lions are able to win that tap down, and umpire will call for the ball once again. So 13 and a quarter minutes gone. 2-2-14 Fairpark plays Chirnside Park 2 straight 12. As the tap down one there by Daniel Keenan. Got some yardage as well, looking for Brandon Ward, who applies the tackle, but Chirnside are able to escape. Sending it to the far side wing is Dylan Corsi. Still nearly dragged in the mark. He'll get possession of the footy. Couldn't get a clean handball away. In there is Riley Bickford, who might have been held without it. No, it's a Fairpark man who'll get this free kick. And it looks like it might be Dale Bent, who plays on immediately. Wasn't a great kick. Cowan still made something out of nothing. Jackson will look to go inside forward 50. Again searching for Bryce Galvin, who slipped at the wrong moment. It falls out the back for Xavier Leslie, who's happy to usher it out of bounds for a boundary throw-in. Inside Fairpark's attacking half, who are starting to get a bit more off the territory, are the home side.
That kick had to be perfect there to Galvin because he was on 2 and it just was a little bit too wide for him.
About to be tossed back into play. Galvin went up in ruck and won that tap down. Went down in the direction of Josh Teal. He got a quick handball away. Get this ball back. Will Teal is locked up by Ben Slattery. And another Chirnside man in Mac Brownfield. And we'll have a stoppage right half forward flank for Fairpark. We'll look to add another goal on the board as that is taken out of bounds. So nearly 15 minutes gone, and it's Fairpark who got the fast start, but Chirnside, the reigning minor premiers, have responded and trail by only 2 points now. On the scoreboard is from behind, the Chirnside ruck won the tap down. Cowan got a boot to it and will get possession of the footy. Guy inboard handball, which was a dangerous one. They'll work this out, all the lines. In there was Daniel Keenan, who got it in the direction of Darcy Church inside forward 50. Great mark taken by the Chirnside skipper, Matt King.
So King's been good down in that defensive 50 so far for his side. Look to go through the corridor. Contested footy now, just hoofed forward by Ward. It might go all the way. And it will. From more or less the centre square, Brandon Ward absolutely hoofs one straight down the middle. And it's the response that Fairpark were looking for. It was well done by Ben Searle in the middle, and Ward gets the reward.
Probably just the skill error rather going down the centre. They had the numbers out on this commentary side, at least 2 spare for Chirnside. Just took the option in the centre and didn't work out, unfortunately.
Very aggressive kick, very risk and reward. Unfortunate moment to have a skill error. But first senior goal for Brandon Ward. And they got around him.
Number 53, we found out as well, is Josh Swift. So playing Ducks and Drapes, Chirnside Park, of course, wearing their clash strip today. As there's a ruck free kick. Of course, the new ruck rules coming into play, and the free kick will go to Chirnside Park as they look to send it inside forward 50, where they've got plenty of options. And one of those is Brooklyn Lamb, who will look to get the immediate reply, the former Ringwood man. And this is a great opportunity for his second goal of, might be his first goal of today's contest as well, and first goal in the yellow and black of Chirnside Park. Of course, former Ringwood man, kicked 34 goals in his senior career as well, or 52 I should say, in 34 senior games with both Nuttawading and Ringwood. As he comes in now, makes no mistake. And it's back down to 2 points, the margin out here at Fairpark Reserve. 3 straight 18, Chirnside Park to Fairpark 3-2-20. We've had 17 minutes played here in the first quarter.
Josh, did you say 53 is Joshua Swift?
Yes.
Well, who's wearing number 20?
There is someone wearing 20.
There is number 20, which is Joshua Swift's number. So that makes it even more confusing.
Just on another thing with the jumpers, you mentioned about the clash jumper. Did anyone find out why they're wearing a clash jumper?
I was going to say.
It's a great question.
Is the normal jumper still in the wash, or what's going on?
So play will continue in the middle here as Hurd won the hit out, but it'll only go as far as Causey. Looking to extract the footy now with the Panthers. It's come off his shin. Hurd will have it now in his hands. Gets it wide to Need. Need will just look straight at the guts. 2v3 in there. Mark was dropped. Probably should have been taken. Down in now with the footy. Looks to go wide to King. King will have to go backwards and just loop around the back of his defensive 50. Look to go out the opposite side. 1v1 contest there. Well done, Church. Kept it in only as far as Cannon. Cannon still hasn't got rid of the footy. Now just goes on the left. Not the cleanest kick, but it gets there and it gets to his teammate. And now they can go out wide, and they will do so. Causey with the footy on the wing. Long handball out to his man there in Bigford. Bigford goes forward as he set upon, as he kicked. Might just drop a bit short, and well taken intercept mark there for the Lions as they'll look to slingshot now, and they'll go through Smith. He's found himself in the centre of the oval. Look to come out, clattered in the challenge there. Brilliant bit of pressure from Bigford, and we'll have a boundary throw in.
You need to make amends there, unfortunately, for the young fella. Just probably, again, wrong option. Needs to go the inside, had spare overlap run rather than the kicking high ball.
So the ball will come back into play. Hurd wins the hit out, gets it down to Cowan, who arches it back, gets away from a few. Not able to really affect the footy coming out though, as he's got it again now, gets the left fist to it. Now to Smith. Smith looking to burst through the middle, gets a handball off, they'll go forward, tackle. Play continues as Jackson gets it wide. Still a lot of work to do for Fairpark, but Chirnside with the interception there from Belly. Look to get it forward, there's a bouncing footy, and now bursting away are the Panthers. They'll give it off, get it back, left foot kick, goes towards the goal square. Figarelli in there. There's a mismatch with height. And they've done what was Causey in there, my apologies, but Fairpark defence stands up straight in that one and get the footy out.
I'm liking the diversity of options that Chirnside Park have got down in the forward line. It's a new look for them this year, and I think it's going to set them in good stead.
Certainly will, as it's in the left forward pocket for the Panthers. Heard from behind, won a big fist down the throat of Riley Bigford though, who still managed to get it away to Maguire. The intercept taken by Brad Need. Both Needs having an impact early on in this contest. The Eastland match of the round as he looks to this broadcast side. It's one of the former premiership players for Fairpark. Searches for Connor Bell, who manages to get it out the back. Mitch Need was there, got it to Ward, whose kick was interfered with. Connor Bell slaps it forward, manages to keep it in play. Jackson was there, so was Sam Cannon. Jackson nearly stole it away from him. He might get possession of this footy. He doesn't after Bent tapped it forward. It's King who looks to go with a dangerous inboard handball. Downey. The mark will be paid to Dylan Causey.
That was a really good kick. Great option.
It was a good kick.
Just to settle things down as well.
As Causey goes short to his coach, Figarelli, sliding in front of us. He knew we were here, so that's why he slid. Of course, the former quoted chair. I don't know if you picked that up in the effects, because he goes backwards to Matthew King. Goes back to Xavier Leslie, goes long, searching for a lead in Mac Brownfield, got it to ground, and it's James Belly who roves it, broke one tackle, got a handball away in the direction of his Chirnside teammate who goes inside forward 50. No mark taken. Fairpark, the numbers on the ground. Umpire calls play on. Could have been holding the ball, but nothing doing as Need might have been held without it, not according to the umpire. They still run away from their defensive half to Fairpark. Mitch Need to Mitch Jackson. We'll be saying that plenty of times today as Jackson will look to set sail for home. It'll drift to the left off the instep. It'll be a boundary throw in left forward pocket for Fairpark.
Just that last kick from Fairpark is coming unstuck, but I really liked that movement through the corridor. It was really efficient. And shout out to Justin Figarelli if he does indeed pick up FM radio.
Ball tossed back into play. Downey going up in ruck. Might have been against Galvin as Jackson tried to rove it. He's still affecting the contest here. King got a kick off the deck that'll trickle its way out of bounds before one of his teammates could run onto it. So 22 minutes gone. Fairpark 3-2-20 leading Chirnside Park 3 straight 18 in this Eastland match of the round. Galvin going up against Scott Downey in this ruck contest. Galvin took matters into his own hands. Got it to Karachik Powell. Snapping shot on goal. Missed to the right.
Stoppages in Fairpark's forward line are going to be really dangerous for Chirnside Park. They've held up really well defensively just from the while the line's been transitioning. However, those clearance numbers are a little bit worrying there for Chirnside Park. You don't want that to happen in your forward line.
So Cannon will just find a shoulder option off the kick in. Still in the defensive pocket. They might look to bring it back instead. No, they'll just look to take territory with the kick. Go down the corridor. Figarelli did well to make a contest of it, but the lines with bodies around the footy, they'll look to go forward again, going back with a flight, taking the mark there. It was well done for the Panthers as they'll look to use this near side wing. Just a short chip kick finds Hayden Marks. He'll just look one further down the line, slightly overcooked, put his teammate in a bit of pressure there. Bigford's got a lot of work to do. He's set upon though, and holding the ball called. So Oscar Lunny, with the defensive work on that occasion, did brilliantly to shut his man down and rewarded with a free kick. He'll just chip one through the middle. Short option found in Ward.
They're not letting Chirnside Park transition the ball easily.
So Ward will just throw it on the boot. 1v3 at the drop of the footy. Big Fist come over the top in the contest there. And it will be a boundary throw-in.
The pressure has been strong as well, I must admit, Jared.
Yeah, absolutely. But that, again, some of these dump kick options, it gets the ball forward, and I suppose that's, territory gained, but I just want to see a little bit more lowering the eyes.
Rucks go at it. Ward was a spare out the back of the pack. Couldn't quite get there, though. Now who will look to make amends. Thrown on the boot by Lunny. Goes forward, might get out the back of the pack. Hands to it for Galvin and brought it in. Mark paid. Bryce Galvin will be staring down the barrel of his third in this first quarter.
Or maybe it doesn't matter when you've got Bryce Galvin down there. I don't know.
Oh, my God. Good option to find him, though.
Yeah.
So they've been doing well in the aerial contests when they send it forward. Fairpark, a lot of the time they are outnumbered, but when they can get those 1v1s, they are certainly looking to make the most of it as the kick will come from about 25 out. The run-up from Galvin starts another 25 out from that. Very slight angle, though. It should be all academic from here, and it's the commentator's curse. I'll shut my mouth next time as it goes skinny. Just the behind scoreboard reads Fairpark 3-4-22 to Chirnside Park 3-18.
Join the club, Chris. As Samuel Cannon will take this kick in on the Alex to go almost through the middle of Fairpark Reserve, where he's got to play all by himself. Slattery's there on the ground, got the handball away to Maguire, back to Slattery. Some very slick ball movement indeed from Chirnside Park until then, as it goes out the back for the Lions. They get the handball to Oscar Lunny. Lunny will get this ball back. It just went over the top of him, and it'll be ushered out of bounds. Big hit.
Hope he's all right.
He's had a busy few minutes, hasn't he, Oscar Lunny? One of those youngsters they picked up from Bowen.
Yep.
Very handy inclusion. I think it was 10 senior games last year. Didn't play in the grand final though.
He looks really good on a wing.
He certainly does. Played a bit more defensive last year, but a bit more opportunity to be a bit attacking this year for Fairpark as they get a free kick through Cole Hurd. Right half back flank they have at the Lions. Might look to go short to Cowan. Wasn't the greatest kick, and it's cut off by the Panthers. They send it inside forward 50 through Faulkner out the back. It falls to Figarelli, who tried to break a tackle. There's going to be a boundary throw in. Boundary umpire was just a little bit short.
He's copping it from behind. And just right in front of Chirnside Park's cheer squad.
Nice spot they've parked themselves in, the Chirnside Park faithful, I must admit. As we'll have this ball tossed back into play. We'll call that the Chirnside pocket, the left forward pocket to the left of your radio dial. As Hurd just thumped it forward, trying to break a tackle. There was John Stewart. Not going to be pinged, according to the umpire.
A bit harsh.
Very harsh indeed. We'll call for this ball. Umpire Brad Pulley, former media team member as well.
Yes, indeed. He's had a word or two.
Well, in that case, it was a great call.
As we'll have another stoppage.
Chirnside Park had not been able to really lock it in their forward line in the same way that Fairpark have occasionally during this game, and it's just coming out a little too easily.
Hurd won that down to his good maiden need, but his handball was an errand one. They sent it inside forward 50 to Chirnside Park. It's now in the hands of Oscar Lunny, though, who looks to this broadcast side where there was a big pack, and it'll be taken out of bounds by the Lions after some good pressure there from Ben Slattery.
It's probably just that last one as well for Fairpark. Like, they are getting it out, but it's just to that wing position. Probably just need that little bit more clean through there, and then they'll generally have the overlap over here.
Yep.
So the Rucks will get ready to go at it once more. Marks is in there again. They'll cancel each other out. Footy falls to Cowan. Wrapped up immediately. Umpire will call for it. So with 27 gone, well into time on here. It's the Panthers by 4. And it will be Hurd that won the hit out. Still a lot of work to do. Mark's got the handball forward.
Jeez, that's innovative.
Kicked it at head height there. I think it was Lunny.
Jeez.
I hope for his sake he got a few leg swings in before the game and he's warmed up if he's doing that. We will have another boundary throw in. Well, another boundary throw in. True centre wing is Hurd will get the right mid to it, but it's extracted by Marks. Gets the handball off. They get it in the hands of Faulkner, who looks forward. Figarelli was at the drop of the ball. Did he cop one in the back? Umpire says it was holding anyway.
Bailey Cullen wearing him like a glove, but giving that one away.
So Justin Figarelli, the player coach, points towards the big sticks. He's made his intentions clear.
Did sound like the breeze picked up there before. I'm not too sure if it's favouring Figarelli or not.
So kick will be more or less from about 50 out, 45-degree angle, very slow approach, plays on now, throws on the right, it's online, does it have the carry? Got brush left very late from the win there, and just the minor for Figarelli. So, Fairpark by 3 as we are nearing the end of the first term, this Eastland match of the round.
Go to the far side, do Fairpark. The ball came in from Chirnside. It spills to Brad Need, looking for Carlin, but it's Searle who went to kick off the deck to Mitch Need. Goes searching for Dale Bend, who couldn't take clean possession. Need just decided to kick it off the deck, head in the direction of his teammate there, who'll get clean possession in the end. Will Josh Teal apply the pressure, but it spills to Mitch Jackson, who goes inside or near forward 50, where Ryan Smith might go back for a shot here, right on the quarter time siren outs here. At Fairpark Reserve.
Just the forward line pressure from Chirnside Park was not there. That was pretty unclean disposal by Fairpark to get it out of their defence, and they were not punished for it at all.
Does he torp it, yes or no? I want to hear it from everyone in here.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes. Do it.
Go the tour.
Do it.
It's round 1. Why not?
Why not? It's a shot after the siren.
Yep.
He looks like he's angling up for a torp, the former Doncaster
No,
man.
no.
Gets a
No.
decent connection. It'll fall short.
Talk would have made it.
Should have
100%. So disappointing, but Let's call the time out here in the Eastland match of the round. Fairpark 3-4-22 to Chirnside Park 3-1-19. We're going to go to a break here at Fairpark Reserve as the rain comes tumbling down for today's edition of the Eastland match of the round. Right here on 98.1 Radio Eastern FM and streaming live around the globe, YouTube and Facebook.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve for the Eastland match of the round. The Lions of Fairpark leading 3-4-22 over Chirnside Park, 3-1-19. Josh Wood here alongside Chris Cordis, Scott Hardy, Jared Bainland, plus Ryan Long and Oscar Lutger on the boundary, who are toughing it out in unbelievable, typical Melbourne conditions. It's raining sideways, it's windy as heck. I'll just put it at that, but we'll certainly see what this second quarter holds out here at Fairpark Reserve. We're going to go through some scores around the grounds before hopefully one of Ryan or Oscar have an interview at quarter time. In Premier Division, Roval lead over Noble Park 25-14, East Ringwood 17 to South Croydon 8, and Berwick 26 to South Belgrave 1 out there at Edwin Flack Reserve. Touching on some of the Division 1 scores.
You're right if I leave that open a bit.
Touching on Division 1, Montrose 28 to Bayswater 26, so a close contest there. Moorbark, Wanturna South 12-14 in favour of the Devils, and Park Orchards 38 leading Norwood 12. No update from Beaconsfield and North Ringwood. Into Division 2, Templestowe 25 lead Heathmont 7, Ringwood 8, Trail Mulgrave 9, Scoresby 12, Trail East Burwood 25, Surrey Park 12, Trail Waverley Boys 14, and of course Croydon and Lilydale kick off a little bit later at 5:20 p.m. out at Croydon Oval. Liz, hopefully we might have an interview as well. I'm not too sure if one of Ryan Long or Oscar Lutka are down on ground level. So we'll quickly go through the Division 3 scores. Donvale 14 to Coldstream 6. Whitehall's Pioneers 19 to Oakley District 13. Sylvan 41 to Ferntree Gully 7, and Upper Gully 20 leading
Boundary.
Knox 9. As we cross down boundary side to Ryan Long, I think he's got an interview.
Yeah, I've got the assistant coach here, Simon Fielding, for the Chirnside Park. They came out very strong, started well, but you were able to make your way into the game late. How did you see it play out?
Look, yeah, they did come out strong, which you'd expect the first game of the season, and they're trying to make a statement, and it takes us a little bit of time to adapt to that as well. The conditions and the size of the ground aren't that fantastic, but look, we've swung it around a little bit, and forward entries are coming in, but we're just not making the most of those when they do. But yeah, we'll keep it going and see how we go. But there's a lot of entries coming in for them as well, which is nice and clean. Their centre clearances are good, so we've got to capitalise on that a bit more.
Absolutely, and Fico did mention about some of the intercept marking from Fairpark and their players getting in front. Is that a key thing for you guys to be able to get front position and start owning that up forward?
Oh, I think any team wants to be in front. We hear it all the time, get in front, get in front. Well, our forwards are marking big men, so we've got to make the most of that when it comes our way. But by the same token, we've got to be body on and get that front position when they've got position coming in. So,
all the best.
Thanks to Ryan Long and Simon Fielding for joining us. The second quarter of action is underway. Chris Cordis.
And we are ready to get back underway. It is Dermot Reynolds in the ruck for the Panthers, but he loses out on this occasion. I heard bumbling it around was Jackson. Couldn't quite take it cleanly. Reynolds was leading off. Didn't get the footy instead. The Panthers stolen the boot. Get it forward to the right of screen. Big Fist coming over there. Maybe a chance to get it off, but now the shot on goal for the Panthers to open up quickly, and it's brilliant. And it is Brooklyn Lamb on that occasion, I believe.
Yep.
And Lamb gets his second of the day on debut, proving quite a pickup for the Panthers as they strike early. Just 30 seconds gone in the second term, and Fairpark reclaim the lead. Chirnside Park reclaim the lead, my apologies.
How was that clearance from Chirnside Park? I mean, that's going to be an important factor, obviously, generating scores from there. Very impressive start to the quarter.
Clean hands, considering rain is really falling.
Well, the ball will be a lot more slicker, so maybe it might mean quicker ball movement. But you are right, Scott, as Hurd won that tap down. Causey nearly ran onto it. We'll get a holding the man free kick, or the former Upper Gully man.
Oh, that could be a
turnover.
I think it is going to be a reversal.
That is silly.
It is really silly.
Uncalled for.
And it is Russell Cowan who will take this free kick forward of centre for Fairpark. As he'll look to send it inside forward 50 in the Galvin direction. Will fall short of him. Keeps it in play. Downey read it best. And handballs over the top, searching for Ryan Kenyon, but boundary line will beat him.
That is a coach killer.
Oh, I was going to say, if I was Maguire, it's probably stay in that back line because Fico is just sitting in centre. I wouldn't run back to him at all.
Just watch the runner.
Ball about to be tossed back into play. It's the tap down one by Daniel Keenan. Need was there. So was the Chirnside Park man in Maguire. Mitch Need got boots of ball. Will be cut off there by Dylan Causey.
Time to make amends.
And he might not. Dylan Causey reaches his target. It's followed out of bounds by Ryan Smith, who's been a bit active inside the Fairpark forward 50. If he kicked a little bit straighter, he might have had a couple more goals. But ball about to be tossed back into play on the far side of Fairpark Reserve. Keenan won that tap down. Reynolds slapped it forward. It's Fairpark who have the numbers though. Cowan trying to break a tackle. Got a handball away to Jackson. Ducking and weaving out of trouble to Darcy Church inside forward 50. Cannon read best.
Well taken. It's a mark there by Sam Cannon. We're just in the right spot at the right time. And there's a slip. That is not the right time to be doing that. Plenty of work now. As the footy's on the ground, they'll look to extract it. Jackson's got it now for the Lions. Goes one further into the centre. Is Cowan. Look to evade a few. Get it back to Jackson. That might have been a throw. Umpire says nothing doing. Handball came from Galvin. Footy's out the back on the left. Boo will dribble through it. Will Fairpark responds.
That was
a bit jammy there in the middle. But all that matters is +6 on the scoreboard as Hayden Schroeder opens his account for the Lions.
Good hands over the top as well by Galvin.
Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender.
Very much so. That's going to be hard to beat.
And I think this is the difference between the two sides as well. Fairpark able to lock it in inside their forward line just a little bit more effectively. Obviously, some skill errors from Chirnside Park coming out from defence. They probably would want the past couple minutes back, the Panthers.
I think Conor Maguire would want them back as well. It's still, you just go back to that. They had the momentum from there, and look what's now sort of transpired.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty high scoring at this stage, considering the conditions. As a holding free kick, umpire calls advantage, inside 50. Galvin was there, will pick up the ground ball, get the handball away to his teammate. Schroeder again! 2 in a minute for Hayden Schroeder in the lines. They're 5-4-34 Fairpark to Chirnside Park, 4-1-25. And in an instance, they have a 9-point lead through Fairpark.
And good depth there as well. When it isn't working for Galvin, you've got those other options as well up forward for Fairpark.
Look at this, 2 quick goals on the left boot in just under a minute, I'd say. Stewie Dew, eat your heart out wherever you are. Hayden Schroeder goes bang, there goes bang again. They're up 9 now as Fairpark.
It was very much a Dew snap, wasn't it?
Who knows? He might be tuning into this game, preparing for Port Adelaide's big game tomorrow night.
I would be shocked. As we'll get ready to go again in the middle as the rucks will go at it. Reynolds and Hurd. Hurd wins it, gets it down to Cowan. Just about got the handball off, but it's turned over. Playing in front, though, was Church, but he's dropped the footy. Now it's a chance for the Panthers to go forward through Faulkner. Get inside 50. Figarelli reeled it in with the right hand. Still a lot of work to do as he turns tackler now. Lies on his opponent. And high contact. He can't believe it. Figarelli there in the pocket. He's got his hands on his head. The umpire said you had your hands on the other guy's head as Church will now look to bring it out of defensive 50. Just go long down the corridor. Lunny flew, didn't get anywhere near it, and he's penalised for doing so. So Chirnside Park will have a chance to go. They wanted advantage, but they won't be afforded it as Marks look to take it through. And we'll have the footy returned to its rightful owner as Cowan's copped one on the mark. An awful lot going in between the whistles here as they'll look to send it forward now. A few lead-up options, but the one that they hit was the opponent in Cole Hurd, the big ruckman down back who takes the mark. And we'll look to just chip 1-1 and does so well as he finds his teammate.
Brad Need. Defensive 50, he still has it. Goes short to Jackson. Tried to break one tackle, got a handball away in time to Need, who's locked up. And at the right half forward flank, Fairpark, or Chirnside Park I should say, they'll look to get a reply after conceding 2 goals in a minute off the boot of Hayden Schroeder as Hurd and Reynolds prepare themselves to lock horns once again in this ruck contest. It's Hurd with the big fist. Tapped forward very smartly by Fairpark as Slattery runs onto it. Ryan can't keep it in play as he tried to get the out of bounds on the full. This is great access here. We've had some good moments.
Right down ground level here. Opened the window as well, just so we're not too toffee in the box here. Josh, like to get on the field.
The best camera work as well from the best in the business, Megan Green, as there's going to be a holding free kick to Dermot Reynolds, to the delight of the Chirnside players and the faithful, as he handballs it immediately to Dylan Causey. Tried to sell the candy on her, got a handball away to Camion. We'll get this ball back from Camion, Moore, the vice-captain of Chirnside. Send it long inside forward 50. Causey was there on the ground and getting a snap away. It's touched on the line by Cooper Heyman. I think that was Brooklyn Lamb with the shot on goal, but it's just a minor score. 4-26 Chirnside Park to Fairpark 5-4.
Can't believe that was spoiled. Had that film from the side here.
The Searle look to go out the wide side, and they'll do so well on the far side of Fairpark reserve here. Mark taken, Daniel Keenan, footy spilled loose though. Church is there, got away from Figarelli, now gets it to a teammate in Stewart. Stewart just looks inside forward 50, through the hands of Schroeder, now in the hands of Smith. Snap is a goal, snap is true. How good is that from Ryan Smith? Fairpark just starting to edge away as we're 7.5 gone in the second term. 6-4-40 plays 4-2-26.
Darcy Church received a pretty poor handball there, but he had the composure to just be able to pick up the ball cleanly despite it being wet and find an option going forward, continuing that great transition from the defence for the Lions, and ends up in a goal.
Moving the ball very quickly as well, Fairpark, from stoppage and defensively as well. You can see the experience of guys like Jackson, Searle and Cowan on display as well, which, whilst they might not have played a whole lot of footy together, might get them over the line. They're pure talent.
The strength of Jackson around the contest as well is a bull.
Hurd won that tap down, got it to Jackson right on cue where Oracle Scott as he goes inside forward 50 to Bryce Galvin. He's going to go back for the shot here, is Galvin.
It worked out well.
It did work out really well. How about that for timing as Galvin from 45-degree angle and about the 45-metre arc, we'll call it out here at Fairpark Reserve. We've got the best angle of this, as does Megan Green. Looking for goal number 3 on the afternoon is Bryce Galvin. And goal number 19 in only 8 games with Fairpark as he comes in now. Lets loose from outside the arc. 7-4-46 Fairpark to Chirnside Park. 4-2-26 at the 9-minute mark of this second term.
Well, magnificent response by Fairpark in this second quarter. Just come out of the gate real fast, and it was looking good for Chirnside for that first little pocket, but of 30 seconds, and then it's been Fairpark ever since.
Very hard to defend that sort of ball movement. Chirnside Park, their defence under siege at the moment, and it's not helping that there's just not enough pressure on Fairpark's ball movement at the moment.
Well, Bryce Gowan just hits him so truly. That's his third of this contest. Free kick coming out of the middle. Will go the way of Fairpark. Footy's in the hands of John Stewart. Looks to go out the far side. Who's leading up with Smith. Got hands to it. Couldn't quite bring it in though. So a lot of footy to be won here as Chirnside Park will just look to hit it along the boundary line through Brownfield. Now they look to go down in the Figarelli direction. Out of bounds on the full call. Although no, it must have been something else as footy was in Figarelli's hands after the free kick. 2 Lions defenders contest each other at the ground, snapping at goal and punishing well are the Panthers. Bit of a miscue there. And the goal will go the way of Josh Swift, who gets his second for the day. Bit of a jumble here on the replays. We see Searle going over the top of Heyman. And it was Swift who gets his second.
I think that's forgivable. Those are the sorts of mistakes that are going to happen when you're introducing new players to the team. Heyman obviously a Fairpark veteran. Well, not veteran, but, you know, he's been part of the furniture at Fairpark for a while, and Ben Searle, now the new recruit, just trying to take a little bit too much on not calling his man out of it.
We go back up in the middle of Fairpark Reserve. Leslie now in ruck and got a magnificent leap he has. He might get a free kick here as well. Or his teammate will in Daniel Fielding. Came in trying to present as a handball option. It's Fielding who'll send it long and deep. Inside forward 50. Swift was there, was spoiled by Fairpark and Cooper Heyman as they send a high up and under ball through this broadcast side. Came in, taps it out of bounds for a boundary throw in. Right half forward flank. So 11 and a quarter minutes gone in the second term. Fairpark 7-4-46, leading Fairpark 5-2-32 in a high scoring contest despite the conditions, it must be said. Almost more high scoring than last night's AFL game as this ball's locked up. Right half forward flank for Fairpark, or Chirnside Park I should say, so it'll be interesting to see how Xavier Leslie counteracts Hurd around the grounds. It's Hurd who out-muscles him and sends it high and long in the Bryce Galvin direction. Down his direct opponent did well to spoil it. It's Matthew King who gets a handball away. It's an errant one though. Darcy Church was there, as was Mac Brownfield, who's locked up. And umpire says, give it to me, boys. I'll toss this one up in the middle of Fairpark, or slightly forward of centre of Fairpark Reserve. Lions leading by 14 points as Hurd took matters into his own hands. It's going to be pinged. Umpire called it a throw. And he's going to give away a 25-metre penalty.
Ill-disciplined. Momentum just starting to tip into the favour of Chirnside Park at the moment, and it's mistakes like that that can help them capitalise.
Dylan Causey handles it immediately, sets sailing for goal. Is Jake Causey, it'll fall well short. Will it be ushered through for a behind? Swift tries to keep it in play, can't. And left boundary throw in right forward pocket for Chirnside Park. I'd say they need to kick the next goal, but there's still plenty of time. Nearly 13 minutes ticked over in this second term. They trail by 14 points. They do have the momentum, as Jared said, as this ball tossed back into play. Neither ruck could win a clean tap down. Pinballing around. There's a high free kick being found for Chirnside.
Oh.
And Fico loves it as well. As it's one of the courses. I think it's Dylan Causey who'll have this shot on goal.
Well, they're playing hot potato then. No one wanted it.
But Dylan Causey will have another opportunity to reduce the deficit to 8 points at the 13.5-minute mark. Of course, another former Upper Gully man. Limited exposure last year after sustaining an injury early on. He comes in now, and he nails it. 8 points the difference once again. 6-2, 38 Chirnside Park to Fairpark 7-4, 46. We've nearly ticked over 14 minutes in this second quarter.
Just a nice reply from Chirnside to get that momentum back on their side. So been shifting throughout this quarter, but a really good response.
So 8 points the margin here. We've had a back and forth fixture so far in this Eastland match of the round, Division 4. Many touted as the grand final preview already, as the Rucks will go at it. Cancel each other out more or less. Tackle in there immediately by Brandon Ward, and the umpire will ask for it.
Imagine if this game was played in drier conditions as well. There'd probably be a fair few more goals as well.
So the footy will hit the ground out of the ruck contest. Looking to extract it there was Maguire. Plenty of plays in pursuit of the footy. The Panthers have the number around it, but here come the Lions. What a pick up there by Cowan, and just handballed it to the boundary umpire. It's almost a 360 sliding spin, but no avail.
Kyle Hurd off the ground. This is the time where Chirnside Park can really push the momentum they started to find.
So we'll see how they can go in the ruck, as it's just grabbed out of there by Leslie. Throws it forward, finds their teammate in Lamb. Excellent work out of the ruck contest by number 9 in Xavier Leslie. Fan of the show, as we heard in the pregame. Big shout out to the big man. But it's now in the hands of Brooklyn Lamb, and he'll take no time, and he's in the post.
Dreadfully
No,
lackadaisical
Brooklyn,
there.
no.
Oh my God.
And downfield, I'd say.
Yeah.
Because it was for high
because he remonstrated against
whiz.
his opposition.
Oh my God.
That is a 30-second sequence he will hope that we were lagging for.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to watch that replay or watch that on the stream.
He had 2 already, and the third seemed already in the book, but apparently not, as needs around the footy now. Putting their head around there, high contact going the way of Josh Teal. His courage is rewarded as he wheels onto the right, just chips one to Figarelli. Not sure who he was aiming for there, as Figarelli now gets it onto the right boot. Will hit it into the pocket. It was off the hands of Swift. Out for a boundary throw-in.
Still trying to work out who that number 20 is. No inclusions there, Josh.
We have them down as Sam King, number 20 for Chirnside Park.
Panthers have been guarding the corridor a little bit better this quarter as well. That switch completely failed from Fairpark because of that.
So the boundary throwing comes in. Lamb in the ruck this time, looking to make amends for what just happened. Free kick here. Oh, no, the umpire will call for the ball. So we're some 30 metres out from the Chirnside Park uprights, as King is a bit late to get up, but he's up on his feet now. Rucks will go at it, leaping highest there with a Fairpark, so they'll look to bring it out. Need applying pressure. Boundary throwing as it's rushed over the sideline. 16, nearly 17 gone. It's Fairpark by 7 in this Division 4 clash.
Entertaining contest out here at Fairpark Reserve, as umpire went over the top of both rucks. Clavan at the back, got it to Slattery, dashing away, got the handball to his coach Figarelli, who spilts it. Swifts out the back. Fairpark will be able to pounce though. Maguire applying some good pressure. Causey of the Jake variety was there. Nearly copped an unintentional falcon as well, as Figarelli in the meanwhile got the handball out and crunched in a tackle. This is Figarelli's teammate. That is a great tackle there on Jackson Faulkner.
That was a frenetic passage just then. The arms and legs are going everywhere.
Crazy.
Sure was, as this ball tossed up. The Lions win the tap down. Figarelli running onto it under plenty of pressure. Turned the ball over, and the Lions have the outnumber. Mitch Jackson will send it long to his good mate in Bryce Galvin. Good body work, and he took the grab. And had a similar shot earlier in this quarter. He could go back and kick goal number 4 remarkably in this game, Bryce Galvin.
The delivery by Jackson again on point. Just elite.
You can see that connection between them. They obviously haven't played in a long time alongside one another, but it's still there between Galvin and Jackson, as Galvin, remarkably for goal number 20 in his time at the Lions. This only his 8th game with Fairpark. Similar spot to before. Might just drift to the left, it does. Fairpark moved to 7-5-47. Chirnside Park 6-3-39 as we tick near 18.5 minutes gone in the second quarter of this Eastland match of the round.
3 goals, 2 for big Bryce Galvin there in the number 5 jersey, as The Panthers will bring it out. Jake Causey's dropped a bit further down the field. Now returns favour. Gives it back to Cannon. Took on his man. Lost the footy. Galvin faked it on the right. Now puts it on the boot. He's got the belly of the ball, but he's got enough of it. Just can't be doing that from Chirnside Park. Too lackadaisical through the centre.
Yep.
And Bryce Galvin makes it 4-2 in just under a half of footy.
They thought they were going to walk it out of defence as easily as Fairpark have been able to today. And the forward line pressure. I mean, this is, I think, the story of the day at the moment. For just looking at the game from my eyes, it's been the difference.
Yeah, just that cleaner possession as well, you know, and the decisions that they're making to find that target. So they had players out again on this commentary side.
Covering all aspects of the game really well are the Lions. Again, with 11 new players in the fold for this afternoon's clash, as there might be a
goal square infringement, potentially.
I reckon
positional infringement.
It's a free kick to Chirnside Park. Leslie plays on immediately. Will send it long to the goal square. It might carry out the back. It doesn't. Intercept grab taken by Fairpark. Has he given away a free kick? He has.
Oh, that is a disaster.
That's not great from Luke Scott.
That's ridiculous.
That's poor from. That's really poor.
Need to be smart and not give it away either.
Lamb played on immediately and kicks the goal. That's his third.
The thing with that, he was being hassled and held, I reckon, but it's the action that he did. You could see a fist came out.
You don't like to see that nowadays, and it results in a Chirnside Park goal. There's 7-3-45 to Fairpark, 8-5-53. We're into time on, 20 minutes gone in the second quarter.
Yeah, Fairpark were just about to wrestle the momentum back, and then it was a great intercept Mark he took.
Yeah,
it really was.
Brilliant.
And that's the sort of thing that you want when well, it was a free kick in the middle of the ground, so the clearance was a given. That's the sort of thing you want when the ball's coming in so quickly. You just can't do what he just did, though.
So I'm surprised Brooklyn Lamb went quickly with that one after the last one, but it pays off. It was Dylan Corsi looking to break through there. He got pinged. Bit of flopping there from Cowan afterwards. Corsi being legged, I should say. My apologies. As he now looks forward. Jake Corsi's under it there, so to his Brad Need's going to pop out. Lamb spinning. Can he get on the left? Lamb! And he's pulled it wide. Jeez. An entertaining watch, this guy that we found out so far. As they'll go quickly now from the kick in from Heyman. Will Fairpark gets it to Mitch Need, plays on immediately. Look at the pace that they're going at here, the Lions. It was Carlin, gives a handball off to Stewart, throws it on the right boot. Galvin leading up, whistle's been blown. There's a free kick. Looks like it's going downfield. Must have been a late hit there. Figarelli involved.
It was just a late push in the back as he was kicking.
So the footy now falls in the hands of Russell Cowan.
Geez, that movement was so quick by Fairpark, wasn't it? From one end to this point. Even if it wasn't the free kick, they were still going to get up to this point.
They're going to hurt a lot of teams in Division 4 with that movement.
If they keep playing like that with that run, it's so quick.
Yep.
And clean possession.
Very clean.
The margin sits at 7. Cowan looking to push it out to 3 kicks. He'll be doing so from about 45, 50 out. Tight angle for the right foot of it. It's on the left, I should say, and it's got it skinny. So just the minus score at the moment. We're into time on in this second quarter. Thank you for joining us on Eastern 98.1 FM and on YouTube and Facebook streams. Fairpark 8-6-54 up by 8 points over the Panthers, 7-4-46.
Cannon with that cannon of a boot goes to this broadcast side. Affecting the contest there is James Belly. And Mitch Need, or it will get the free kick indeed, Mitch Need. In fact, it's Curtis Karajik-Powell, coaching the 19s as well at Fairpark this year, the former Upper Gully man. As he goes along inside forward 50, Bell will fly, forces it down to ground. In a direction it might have been off Josh Teal, who is going to get a free kick. So right in front, pretty much in front of some of the Chirnside Park faithful, who are also here right near us, as Teal plays on immediately and it's smothered out of bounds. And get more remonstration, which you don't like to see, but it's going to be a forward stoppage. More remonstration after that smother. Mitch Need getting a bit of attention from Dermot Reynolds as this ball tossed back into play. Scott Downey won it down to Need, who gets a snap on goal, bounces off the post.
There's just so much going on. This is amazing.
8-7-55 Fair Park to Chirnside Park, 7-4-46 as they look to play on immediately, which they will. It's out on the far side. Bent's there. Was under plenty of pressure. Still got a handball away, but turned it over. Jay Causey dribbling ball down the ground, searching for Josh Swift, who can't keep it in play. Happy to tap it out of bounds as his Fair Park opponent. Calls for deliberate, but it's...
I can't believe we still see deliberate calls in
there.
No,
well, he needed to do more there, Swift. He probably needed to keep it in. I'm surprised he didn't.
If it was Nick Haynes, he would have been pinned.
Dermot Reynolds finally back into the ruck. I think Hurd's been getting the ascendancy there.
Hurd won that tap down. Might get this clearance here. In fact, it's Chirnside who do. Brushing off his opponent there. Getting the shot on goal is King. Brushed him off like nothing.
Here we go.
It is a 3-point ball game out here at Fair Park Reserve. Chirnside 8-4-52, Fair Park 8-7-55 after 24 and a half minutes in this second quarter. Entertaining game outs here between the Lions and the Panthers, Scott.
Great matchup between both these sides, and like I said, just that momentum and just a few skill areas probably more so costing Chirnside, but yeah, what a contest we're seeing so far.
Chirnside just starting to get the ascendancy with the contested possession. The ball used not as clean as Fair Park, but when you're bowling boys over in the forward line like that, what does it matter?
It's a 10-goal quarter, 5 apiece as it stands. Margins back at 3 points as it was at the first break. Schroeder's got the footy, looking to get a combine of handballs. Now it's with Mitch Need. He sends it forward. Pack forming, approaching the footy now is King for the Panthers. Overran it. Cowan pushed him out of bounds. The footy followed short thereafter. Boundary throw in.
Jeez, I love trying to get the deliberate Chirnside.
Fan down there, yes.
Been reading the rule book.
You don't ask, you don't get.
So it'll be Galvin in the ruck. And they'll more or less cancel each other out. Around it was Causey. That's Dylan Causey, but the tackle laid there by Stewart, and we'll have a ball up as Slattery was set upon. So Galvin in the ruck going up against Downey. Galvin just taps it behind his head, was looking for Need. Need going to ground to get it, contested by King. Downey gets a handball out there. Slattery looking to come one further as the handball goes through the middle. It was dropped by Slattery, then picks it up. Looking to get it forward by any means here. Chirnside Park have done remarkably well in the wet conditions and have just thrown it away in the gutter as the intercept mark was taken by Heyman. Heyman says, no, it was so nice. You guys have it back. Came in, sold candy, went forward to Swift. Get two hands to it, Joshua. But instead he's got the left hand around the neck of his opponent. And the umpire is called for the ball. Absolute bedlam at Fair Park Reserve. We'll go again. Show me something. Lamb's in there. He's a good watch for entertainment. Oh, it's Lamb around the footy. He won't quite sit up for him. Still a lot to be done. It's come out the front of the pack. Bodies dropping around it. Camion was there. Brad Need turns tackler. I need a breath of fresh air at the moment. Josh, take over for me.
Magnificent stuff, Chris.
Never know what's going to happen this game.
No, you actually do not, as Hurd on that tap down. Reading it best, though, was Fielding. Will dash away, get the check side on goal and miss to the left. So 2 points the deficit. They've won this quarter of Chirnside Park so far. 8-5-53 plays Fair Park 8-7-55 as Searle goes to this broadcast side. To Lunny, that is a great kick. Handballs it to Mitch Need. Need's got plenty of space in front of him. Decides to go short. Found a target there in Kane Church as he goes long inside forward 50. Out the back was Galvin, who might be down behind play. In the meanwhile, Need of the Mitch variety slipping. They get the handball out to Cowan, who will be pinged for a high free kick.
Jeez.
I don't know.
And under the
It's a bit rough.
He is a bit rough.
They were both sort of down anyway.
Yeah, it was a huge hit, but I felt it was fair into the side of the body. They're both coming at it.
He's a bit slow to get up, is Russell Cowan, so might not take this free kick, the former Upper Gully man.
What we've got to pause, though, that movement by Fair Park, they have got that worked out from their back line. They've got that drilled in to perfection, and Chirnside really needs to shut it down or work a way to shut it down.
He will take this free kick, and you are right, Scott. It's electric out of their defensive up and at times from their midfield as he goes short. It's a dangerous kick, but still found man with one of the better beards for a player in Ben Searle. Eye start towards the big sticks, drifts to the left.
Got to be awake to that option, Sam Cannon.
So Fairpark 8:56 to Chirnside Park 8:53. 28.5 minutes gone in an entertaining Eastland match of the round so far out here at Fairpark Reserve between the Lions and the Panthers.
It's been a great first half of footy so far in the haphazard rain. Hopefully we can get another one. Lamb takes a good mark, or did he reel it in? Umpire's call is yes, he had enough of it. So Lamb on centre wing will look down the line. Church is perched underneath it, so to his Leslie. Can't quite get there. Footy's now in the hands of Fielding. He has to go backwards to go forwards, but now gets on the left boot. Brad Need, Figarelli. Brad Need got killed by his teammate. Figarelli, Swift at goal, and it's gone left. Goodness me, there'd be a bit of a dirty look there from Brad Need to Cooper Heyman.
Well, it started with Fielding there. He found a lot of space where there just wasn't that much. He ran straight through traffic and was able to get the kick down the line.
They really had more time in the end there. They just didn't realise it.
Gee, I wish this quarter doesn't end at all as Searle goes forward. Laces one out to the corridor for Darcy Church. Church with the footy now in hand. It's been good so far in this opening half as he looks out wide, finds Heyman, who takes the mark. Heyman's got a few options, finds one of them down the line, so a bit more of a deliberate approach from Fairpark. They've chained up with handballs nicely here, but going by foot on this occasion as they'll do so now. Look down the line, pack forming underneath it. One of those around it was Smith, just got a right hand to it, looking to extract it with Slattery, did so well. Slattery, the handball went past him to, bit off more than he could chew there. Did he get it off? Umpire says yes. Footy will just dribble its way towards the boundary, and we will have that boundary throw in as Mark's lucky to get away with a bit of a tricky situation there.
Yeah, they want to get their handball game going, Chirnside Park. It's a good style of play, however, just inviting the pressure a little bit too much.
Hurd and Reynolds will go at each other in the ruck. Hurd goes to ground now. The handball backwards for the kick forwards from Fairpark. A lot of work still to be done. Chirnside defender lost his footing. Footies with bands. No one's really taken it completely. Well tapped to the side there as they'll look to repel with the Panthers. Lambs around it. Gets dove upon by Carlin. And the umpire will call for it.
Thought that might have been close to in the back of it, just the way he sort of jumped into him, but anyway.
So we're past the half an hour mark in what has been an enthralling second quarter. Need has it, and that's it. As Hurd's down his haunches temporarily, but it is Fairpark with 3 points to the good at quarter time. Now just 2 as 8:56 plays 8:6:54. An amazing half of footy that we've had. Sometimes brilliant, sometimes a little bit comical out here at Fairpark Reserve. Thanks for joining us on Eastern Radio 98.1 FM and on our Facebook, YouTube streams around the world for our Eastland match of the round. We'll give you your goal kickers before we sign off for our main break and get into our halftime show for Fairpark. It's the 4 to Bryce Galvin, 2 for Hayden Schroeder in the Stewie Dew sequence there as Ryan Smith and Brandon Ward have singles of their own with Chirnside. Also with 8 goals themselves, but they've spread it around a bit better. Brooklyn Lamb with 3, definitely should have been 4 for the man. Josh Swift has 2, and then singles to Ryan Camion, Dylan Corsi and Samuel King. We'll go to our main break before we get our halftime show going with our boundary riders, Ryan Long and Oscar Luca. But for now, it is the Fairpark Lions by 2 in this Division 4 Round 1 fixture.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger, high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel, so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
Do you want to study at the #1 sports science school worldwide? Study sport at Deakin and benefit from the most advanced sports facilities available, from running tracks to biomechanics labs, and decked out gyms to a climate chamber. Deakin have what you need to graduate ahead of the pack. Discover endless opportunities in sports science by visiting deakin.edu.au/sport. Deakin, proud sponsors of the EFNL.
Station sponsor.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve Eastland match of the round between the Lions and Panthers. And what a game we have at the moment. Half time here, it's the Lions who lead 8-8-56 to Chirnside Park 8-6-54 as the rain starts to come down a little heavier here at the half-time break. I'm Ryan Long, joined by Chris Cordes and Oscar. Oscar, I'll start with you, who's been down on the boundary with me. Interesting game where I think in probably the start, we looked at the first few moments and thought that it could be a pretty one-sided game, but Chirnside Park, to their credit, worked their way into the game.
No, they have. They've picked up, and it's great that we've got a good contest on our hands. But yeah, it did seem a little bit like Fairpark was running away with it a bit. Mark Fischer at quarter time, he was pretty happy with his team's performance. He wanted to be a little bit smarter with his ball use, but overall he was pretty happy. But it's good to see Chirnside Park picking back up again.
Yeah, absolutely. Been a bit of a game of momentum, but I think Chirnside Park probably had the better of that second quarter. But when you look at the most dangerous players on the ground, Chris, I think Fairpark probably have them. And Bryce Galvin's, when they've missed a few set shots, particularly early, he's been pretty good in front of goal. He's kicked 4, but Mitch Jackson, amongst others, have coming down to this division, they stand above, don't they?
Yeah, well, it's definitely right. There's certainly two sides of that coin, although Bryce Galvin's doing brilliantly. I think he's got 4 goals too, which is a very, very handy return for the first half. We also have to give credit to the guys that are giving him that service. Like we said, we saw the first goal of the game. Mitch Jackson laced him out brilliantly from about 40 metres or so. So they're doing really well to get the footy into him. Some really good forward 50 entries, not just shallow, but they're also hitting him. Ryan Smith's doing a good job of coming a bit higher up the ground at times, but also giving a lead-up option that not only he gives the option himself, but it also means that Galvin can get one-on-one. And we've seen him get the better of that competition and of that one-on-one contest so many times.
A lot of feeling out there, and Oscar, we've been down at ground level, and there's quite a bit of chirp from both sides, and the umpires are very quick on this, that these decisions that have been called, and there's been a lot of reversals, a few that have been here or there, whether or not it should be called, but it is something to keep an eye on in this second half, because it might come back to bite one of these two sides considering the margin on the scoreboard.
Yeah, 100%. The umpires have done a great job though so far, but yeah, definitely a bit of chirp on the boundary from some of the fans, but it's all good competition. It's great to see.
Yeah, absolutely. And as we said, 2 points in it here at three-quarter time. In a moment, we're going to go through some scores. I believe Chris has got the Play HQ app with, of course, round 1 for the senior men's competition up and running this weekend for most sides. We've got 2 games tomorrow to cover. And I believe we've got some Premier Division scores, and East Ringwood off to a good start, I think, Chris.
Yes, we do. Well, courtesy of the new EFNL app that you can find on the App Store and on Google Players, it is absolutely bucketing down. You two would be thrilled that you're in here right now.
I'm not going back out there, to be honest.
So Elsewhere around the grounds, so like we said, the EFNL app now powered by Premier Data that you can find on App Store and on Google Play. We have our live scores. So Noble Park and the Roeville Hawks. A lot of people tipped Roeville to be premiers of Premier Division so far. They're all knotted up at 38 apiece out there at Pat Wright Senior Oval. Wow. Elsewhere, East Ringwood, the Stephen May debut game that we've all been waiting for. They are up 50 against South Croydon away. So a massive first half there from the Roos, re-establishing themselves as one of the side's fiercest competitors, or one of the division's fiercest competitors, I say. Berwick and South Belgrave 34-2. That score has remained the same for a while now, so we will see if we can get an updated version of that soon. But that is 34-2 at the moment. South Belgrave still yet to kick a major. Wow. And then obviously Doncaster and Vermont, we don't have a score yet for today. Is that starting a bit
tomorrow.
later on? Tomorrow, that's right. Okay. So we'll cross over to Division 1. Beaconsfield trying to defend home ground against North Ringwood, but they're trailing 15-35. The Saints off to a good start. On Turner South, first game after their promotion in the new division, they're up 30-14 away to Mooroolbark. So the Mustangs under the cosh a bit there. Montrose 54-42 over Bayswater so far, so a narrow lead. They'd like to get that out a bit more. And then Norwood, obviously still looking for their first win in quite a while. They are 25 to Park Orchards 54. So down to the tune of 29 points there. We'll have Mitcham and Baronia on our broadcast game tomorrow for you. So tune in there to see how those two pulverising figures of the Division 1 competition go. Crossing over to Div 2. The Heathmont Jets 20 to Templestowe 45. The Dockers looking to make amends for a missed opportunity of promotion last season. Scoresby first game in the new division 33-39. They trail the East Burwood Rams by 6 points. Ringwood and Mulgrave all tied up at 21 apiece as Josh Ward does a sign of the cross. Surrey Park, though, he'll be happy about this one. Surrey Park up 21 against the Waverley Blues as the Blues got the jump on the Panthers there. And Croydon against Lidar will come later on tonight.
5:20 p.m. start, I believe.
Yeah, 5:20, exactly right. Crossing over to Division 3 in a second, as you have a few good games there. Donvale are hosting Coldstream, and they are up 48-6, I believe I just read. So Donvale looking to pile on the pain there against a Coldstream side. Yes, 48-6, so 42 points to the good. Oakley District welcoming White Horse Pioneers to the league so far, 20-34 there. The District are up. Sylvan, looking for their first away win in over a year, are 1 foot through the door, 75-20.
Well,
my goodness.
Lock that in, surely.
You'd like to think so, but my goodness, if they can't pull that over the line, they may as well rock up in a Carlton Blues jersey next week. Sorry, Josh. Knox Upper Ferntree Gully, a very hyped up game. It is currently Upper Ferntree Gully 39-21. So Knox under the cosh a bit there. Obviously the Basin with the bye in that fixture as we cross over to round 4 for the rest of our scores. Obviously, Division 4, I should say. Fairpark 56 to Chirnside Park 54, the game that we have in front of you here. Otherwise, Bulleen Templestowe in their second season in the FNL, making a good start, 54-18, that one there. Forest Hill up 27 to Nunawading 16. Doncaster got out to an early good start against Kilsyth, but now trail by 3. That's 36-39. And Warrandyte with the bye in round 1.
Very good, Chris. A lot of interesting results, and we'll keep you updated as we get ready for this second half out here at Fairpark Reserve. Currently, the Lions lead by 2 points, 88-56 to 86-54 Chirnside Park. Just before we go to our last ad break, your tips here. Oscar, you're still sticking with Chirnside Park?
I've got to stick with Chirnside still. Hopefully they continue their form into the third quarter.
Chris?
I'll go the other way. I said Fairpark by 17. I'm going to stick with that for now.
Yeah, I'll stick with the Lions, but looking forward to this second half. We're all set to go for the second half here at Fairpark Reserve. It's Fairpark leading Chirnside 56-54.
Today at Eastland, Lucy's trying on jeans for a momentous occasion. Coffee with the ex. She needs jeans she can move in because she's definitely moved on. Jeans that get a second look, but don't give any second chances. Jeans that say, why yes, I have spent the last 8 months in a post-breakup juice cleansing, kickboxing, personal training frenzy. And it looks as though she's just found the perfect pair. Bravo, Lucy. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds even in winter absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
There are only 3 things that should be flushed down your toilet. Pee, poo and paper. Some wet wipes and antibacterial wipes say that you can flush them, but you can't. They clog up the toilet and pipes, causing expensive blockages. Save yourself a truckload of trouble. Put your wet wipes in the bin. To learn more, head to the Yarra Valley Water website, yvw.com.au/wet-wipes.
Station sponsor.
Hi, Dylan Dow from the Baroni Football Netball Club here. When I need to grab a quick coffee or a bite to eat, I'm popping into Eastland. Eastland's more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been a major partner of the EFNL since 2018. Cheers, Eastland.
Station sponsor.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve for the Eastland match of the round out here between Fairpark and Chirnside Park. The Lions 8-8-56 to Chirnside Park 8-6-54. Great halftime show by Ryan Long, Chris Cordes and of course Oscar Lutka. Fascinating discussion as well, including about some of the scores around the grounds. We'll obviously focus on this game, but we'll try at each quarter break and at the end of the game keep you updated on some of those scores around the grounds. But be sure to download either the Play HQ app or the new EFNL app presented to you by Premier Data. Doing some magnificent stuff are the EFNL.
That EFNL app will have post-game as well. All the stats from Premier Data on there. So will be your one-stop shop when it comes to EFNL footy, which is good.
It's a good app. It's running well.
It is running really well, I must admit. I've enjoyed using it as well.
That's not biased. Literally, it is quite good.
I've heard the players love looking at their stats and giving each other a bit of a ribbing as well. So
Of course. Well,
so Xavier Leslie, if you can hear us in there.
Hang on, he's got his phone out right now. Have a look.
Imagine Xavier Leslie with the Premier Data stats.
If he kicks a goal, I'm running on to celebrate with him.
I might join you in that, actually.
It depends on if it's raining.
We'll let Jared.
Yes.
We'll let Jared and Scott call.
But we are still looking for our Tobin Brothers goal of the day. We need to consider. We have our Cryo best performer of the match as well that we need to hand out afterwards. Yep, Cryo stay young. There we go.
Nice. There we go.
Got the billboard there.
Not Sportsco Eastland, unfortunately. Well, not unfortunately this year. It's still an Eastland sponsor.
Yes.
Cryo stay young.
Cryo's taken over.
What's the clubhouse leader for the goal of the day?
I think
it's Schroeder. Yeah.
I think Hayden Schroeder at this stage. But we've still got 2 quarters left in this Eastland match of the round. The third quarter just about to get underway. And it looks like Xavier Leslie will start in ruck. He did have an impact, I must admit, when he moved into there. And he's an exciting young talent as well, I must admit. He'll enjoy listening back to that on replay.
Let me just pitch to you guys before we start. Where does each side need to get right for the second half to be on their terms?
That's a good question, Chris. I think for Chirnside Park, the task is locking it in the forward line, especially in these sorts of conditions. They can really start scrapping through some goals. Scott, what do you reckon for Fairpark? I mean, they've been playing really well. Their transition's been excellent. Is it the corridor maybe that they need to take a little bit more ownership of, or do they not just need to?
Possibly, but it's working well on the wings, so we'll see how it plays.
So let's get this second half underway. First half was brilliant. It's Fairpark by 2. Figarelli running through the middle now. Gets it out to Cayman. We'll see Fico stays in the centre there. Oh, it was a grub chest mark. Fairpark don't want to see that one back as Corsi applies pressure, but making up for it here is Scott. Oh, and he's made up for the makeup, and it's out of bounds on the full. Goodness me, not a good first 30 seconds there from the man in Luke Scott.
But good few seconds for Justin there. Good pressure around the contest.
I reckon he let him know about it too.
As Camian plays on, just sends one inside forward 50. A few flyers at it. One of them in there was Brooklyn Lamb, but it's out for a boundary thrown in the pocket. Will be interesting, boys, to see if Justin Figarelli stays in the centre bounces.
I don't think he'll probably play a bit of a high half forward role, I reckon. He's lurking around this stoppage, so they'll have to pay close attention to him here, Chris.
Well, I do need to get him and the likes of Jay Corsi a bit more of the footy at the moment as Lamb grabs it at the ruck, look together on the left. He was dumped in the tackle by Hurd, but he was holding the man. He didn't have the footy the whole way down. Brooklyn Lamb, absolute box office, looking for goal number 4 of the day.
God, he's got a decent sleeve on his left leg as well, Brooklyn Lamb.
What's he going to do here? Is he going to... Because who knows what's going to happen with this man.
Go left, give us a tuna, surely.
Yeah.
No, it will be a drop punt from here, about 25 out, slightly greater than a 45-degree angle. Big man on the mark. Oh, and he's gone across. He's just got the instep of the boot. And it's out of bounds. Gee whiz, you just don't know, do you?
That was more like a lemon than a banana.
You just don't know in these conditions.
He's like Sylvan last year.
Yep.
You just don't know what you're going to expect.
Yep. So Lamb might claim that was a centering ball there, but it'll be in the ruck this time against Hurd. It's been tapped out. Mitch Need copped one. Oh, he's been absolutely collared. Umpire said nothing doing. We'll keep it here.
Lamb again.
Goodness me.
Lamb. Yeah.
What's he got for us? It's Story cops a knee to the rib cage. Plenty of bodies around the footy. Umpire will call for it once more. We're locked in that forward pocket.
So they do have to go in the ruck again.
So Hurd and Lamb, this time Lamb just cops one again, but it goes out the back of the pack. Fairpark looking to extract it. Oh, but look at the pick up there from Reynolds, throws in on the boot. Bit of a wobbler, was touched though. Church handball will go backwards. Searle turns around, kick will kind of fall in the middle ground as Hurd gets a handball out. They'll look to keep working it forward. Now Scott's got it, whistle blown. There was a dump after he got rid of the ball. Figarelli's got his hands on his head, but it will be brought back to defensive 50. I do wonder, gentlemen, how clear of a call does it have to be for Justin Figarelli to agree with the umpires? I do wonder if there's one who would just put his hand up and go, "Yep, fair dues."
I don't think there's been a day in his footy career he ever has.
I was going to say, has he ever won a league best and fairest? That's a dangerous lateral kick. Still found Ben Searle. Sporting a decent beard as he goes down the line. The intercept mark will be taken. Matthew King, the skipper of Chirnside Park, sends them inside forward 50. Went over the top of a one-on-one. It's Mitch Need out the back, slipping and sliding his Fairpark teammate. Might be Luke Scott it is. And there's going to be a free kick to one of a few former Bayswater men.
Busy third term for him so far.
Busy probably third quarter in a bit as well as he goes to the far side wing where there's a decent pack. It's spoiled out of bounds for a boundary throw and right near the timekeeper's box and the old scoreboard, which is near this new scoreboard as well, I should say, which reads Fairpark 8-8-56, Chirnside Park 8-6-54. No change to the halftime score after 4 minutes of play in the third quarter of this Eastland match of the round as Chirnside through fist just dump it forward. And they're locked up as there is a bit of sunshine, but it's still raining out here at Fairpark Reserve, as I'm sure it is across the EFNL this afternoon. Plenty of action around the grounds as round 1 takes place across Premier Division and down to Division 4 as Hurd won that tap down. Slattery read it best though. Got the handball out the back to Dylan Causey. Broke one tackle. Got the check side away. Searle parked underneath this. Went the double fister. It spills to Josh Swift. To Causey. Gets the left foot. Snap away. It misses to the left.
Chirnside Park just sort of continuing that momentum, especially in the contested ball game that they had in the last part of the second quarter. Able to get some repeat entries from that.
And they'll just hoof it outside 50 from the kick in. Around it was Josh Swift. They'll go King now off the ground. Clevance around it, but now it's off the boot of Cow, and it's a high up and under kick. Reynolds will start under it. Now we'll go to the ground, get the handball out the front. It's a lot of work to be done. Camian's there. Claims for a high. Nothing doing though. Bodies dropping around everywhere. Can't quite tell where the footy's at the moment. But it's in the hands of Jackson, and they're safe hands for it to be. And he plays on the right boot, but it's the push. Yep. I think the free kick was paid for the Shepherd off ball by Hurd.
Yeah.
Umpire said it was a push, so we'll have it brought back through the corridor.
Unfortunate for Fairpark, because that was the first time this quarter they were starting to get their ball movement going.
So the handball will go from Clevan off to the likes of Belly, who just sends it forward. Good body work, Lamb. It came off the defender's hands first, though. Looking to bring it out with Figarelli. Snap, left foot, loved it straight away. Gee, the double cobra was up before the footy was even at its apex. And what a kick there from Sam King. He gets his second. The car horn goes off.
The honk of approval.
Yep, and the Panthers reclaim the lead. It's Chirnside Park 9-7-61, holding down the fort against Fairpark 8-8-56.
For a moment, I was going to say it might have been the car horn of Ryan Long parking behind the goals, but as a precaution, he's actually parked at EFNL House today. So
As am I.
As are you.
I was going to say, maybe
not risking
the way he's getting in contact now. Just doesn't want to be out of the elements, just down to the boundary.
As back in the middle, we are Fairpark Reserve. Chirnside hit the front, I think, for the first time today. As Hurd won that tap down. Off the deck was Cowan, and it'll be called a kicking in danger free kick. Matty King will take this free kick. Umpire blowing his whistle once again, but the Chirnside skipper will look to go to this broadcast side. Causey, it'll fall short of him. Got a handball away to Camian, who can't keep it in
took
play.
it back out. He had it and he brought it back in.
He must have done that before. It must have been natural instinct for him to drag it back while he was still out of bounds. It's much to the delight of one of the supporters. It went out of bounds, the kick, and we'll have a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Chirnside Park on the broadcast side of Fairpark Reserve. As Hurd won that tap down, looking for Mitch Jackson, who ran onto it, got boots of ball, a high up and under kick, where a big pack is. Out the back is Brandon Ward, as is Daniel Keenan. Boundary line will beat them both. We'll have a boundary throw in right half forward flank for Fairpark, who now trail 8-8-56 to Chirnside Park 9-7-61. 7 3/4 minutes gone in the third term out here at Fairpark Reserve, which is starting to get a bit of sun and less rain as well. As Reynolds from behind won the tap down. Cowan was there. It's stolen away from him by Clevant. Tried to find Figarelli, who applies some pressure and forced the turnover. Camian turned it over himself to Josh Teal. Teal got it to Church. Back to Teal, who's under pressure and turned it over as well. It's King getting it to Dermot Reynolds, who's under immense pressure. Ball pinballing around right in front of us, and we're going to have a ball up.
Brilliant hand-to-hand combat there.
Yeah, I was going to say, King's stood up today with that leadership role. He's done exceptionally well.
He's taken to the captaincy with aplomb.
Yep.
Church and Teal are combining really well also, just under a little bit of pressure there though.
There's that North Ringle connection. There's Hurd one and down to Nate again, to Jackson. Jackson tried to find Cowan, but he spilt it, and Chirnside forced the turnover. They look to send it long in the direction of Josh Swift. The double fister came in from Cooper Heyman. Frenetic couple of minutes.
Solid spoil needed to happen, that one. They're out once it fell to ground.
And Josh Swift, with his goal-kicking record and the fact he's kicked a couple of goals today as well, would have certainly given himself a chance. As this ball about to be tossed back into play. Hurd up against Leslie, who flew, did Leslie. Won it down to Figarelli, who's locked up. Umpire says, give it to me, boys. I'll once again toss it up.
So we'll have the ball up just inside the forward 50 of Chirnside Park. They lead this one by 5 after getting the jump out of the halftime interval Around the footy was Scott. Footy's going to come out, though. Jake Corsy's around it. It's out for a boundary throw. And that's one man, gentlemen, that hasn't quite had the same impact that he's enjoyed last season so far. I might just look to get him closer to the footy as free kick pay. Oh no, will be a
throw, I think. Just fell short.
Yep, so they'll retake the boundary throw, and obviously I can only imagine that footy will be quite waterlogged already. So they've done a great job so far for this one to be the first one that they retake, but ball goes up Leslie in the contest, and it goes straight back to the boundary umpire. He's getting his money's worth, this kid, on the boundary.
You don't say he was probably thinking as well, do I have to throw it again?
So he will do it this time. That's a good one. Hurd with a big right fist. Just got straight under the ball. Just went up but not far, and now kicked towards the boundary is falling. We'll have another boundary throw-in.
Chirnside Park happy to risk sort of losing that ruck contest by having Leslie in there against Hurd and playing Dermot Reynolds behind the ball. I think it's gone a fair way to Chirnside Park being able to rebound back into their forward line.
As Hurd will grab it out this time. Footy just went through his hands. Looking to extract it was Cowan. He wants it back, gets it back. Look to give hands, but now will go by full. Cuts back inside. Left foot kick will go deep inside forward 50. Great work from Mitch Need. Couldn't quite take the mark. Still plenty of bodies around it. Snap. Great smother there. Still footy to be won. And just rushed over by King.
Huge smother there.
And that time they got it over the head of Reynolds, who's the man dropping back.
Great play from Russell Cowan and Jackson. Doesn't result in a goal as the mark nearly spilt there.
Gee, ball looks slippery, doesn't it?
It sure does after the rain came pelting down. Sun is starting to somewhat shine out here at Fairpark Reserve as Chirnside goes through the middle, but it'll turn it over. Josh Teal has had an impact early in this third quarter. Looks to go lateral to Oscar Lunny right in front of us. Had Jackson offering a lead. Instead goes to Bryce Galvin. Got it to Jackson. Broke past one. Decides to go for goal. It'll fall short and be rushed through for a behind. Gee, if he kicked that, that would have been the goal of the day.
Oh, and that again, that strength by him as well, just to push around the opponent, at least even to get it to sort of top of the goal square. Great work.
58 plays 61 in favour of Chirnside Park. 12 minutes gone, third quarter.
Gee, Sam Cunnin nearly just got clocked by the goal flag there, but survives to tell the story. Kick in goes to the skipper in Matthew King. King would just look back across the 50. It's not his greatest kick, but a lot of time and space out there for Bigford, who now retains the footy. Gets on the left boot, looks down the corridor. Brad Needs around there, just socket it forward. Will drop into space. Looking to go to ground, was fielding to extract it. His handball was blocked in. Still plenty of bodies around it. One of them's came in. Bodies dropping to the ground. Umpire will call for it.
I'd say it's dropped a few degrees out there. The boys are blowing when they're breathing in. The smoke's popping up like it's about 9 a.m. in the morning at Colt Street.
Gets the hit out. Right foot of Jackson now sends the footy. Lunny stood under it. He got battered a bit by Slattery. Footy still to come out now. Teals around it. Ball will drop loose. There was Causey looking to bring it out. That was Dylan Causey just socketed forward, spiralling. Footy will stay in bounds for Mitch Need. Just got the fist in. Well done. They've done well to retain the ball in play. He's Slattery now for Chirnside Park. Gets it to Downey. Downey, one further out. I believe that's to Castledine. It is. He goes out wide. Mark not able to be taken. Fairpark might be able to slingshot now. They've got it with Cowan. Cowan, 50 out. Left boot. Cowan goes! Brilliant work from Fairpark, who get rewarded for their pressure. They just didn't let the Panthers out. And Russell Cowan gets his first to mark his debut for the Lions.
Certainly knows how to find the goals, Scotty. Nearly 300 goals in his senior career, nearly 300 games as well. And that's a brilliant finish there. Is that a contender for the goal of the day?
It's definitely up there in conditions as well, considering how we've said the ball's probably fairly heavy. A great goal.
I'd back it in, Josh, from here. I thought fantastic finish.
Absolutely. Great call there from Chris Cordis as well, as we'll go back up into the middle of Fairpark Reserve. New rucks for both sides. It's the Chirnside one who wins out. It nearly spilled to Curtis Karajic-Powell. It'll be locked up. Figarelli in there. Looks like he's playing a high half-forward role, Figarelli. Yeah. Pushing up to the contest is the playing coach of Chirnside. There's the tap-down one by Keenan. Fairpark will move further forward. Karajic-Powell just got it away in the end from his own teammate. Forces the turnover, does Chirnside, but they turn it over in turn. And the free kick will be paid to Kane Church.
How the tables turn. How the turntables.
Inside forward 50. Galvin was there. He might get this ground ball. Will the former Bayswater champion? He's up against 3. The 3 of Chirnside will win out. And running away from his troubles there is Dermot. In fact, that was Hayden Marks. There's going to be a high free kick paid to Karashik Powell. Right in front of us. Out here in the van at Fairpark Reserve. Sold to Candy.
Oh, no!
Candy himself.
No!
Oh, my God.
Oh.
Sold himself into a little bit of trouble there to Karashik Powell. It's Reynolds who pounces. And Reynolds sampled is spilled there by Brownfield.
Not a good advertisement for Eastland.
Absolute carnage. It was a stalemate induced by error.
On the same wavelength there, Chris, as this ball tossed back into play. Keenan just tried to kick it out of midair. Instead, it's Kamian who'll get Brutes a ball, search for his coach in Figarelli, who's locked in a one-on-one. Fairpark have the numbers, and they'll go on the attack. Head in the direction of Oscar Lunny, who got a handball away, but it was an errand one. Cannon breaking 1, breaking 2 tackles, sending it deep inside forward 50. Swift was there. It's out the back for Faulkner.
Wow.
And Chirnside hit the lead again through Jackson Faulkner, who certainly gets the honk of approval from the Chirnside faithful. 10-7-67 Chirnside Park plays Fairpark 9-10-64 after 16 minutes.
Just on the replay, Adam, and he touched it there. Fairpark, but it's hard to tell from that
Score
pace.
of you?
Well, thank God we don't have the arc.
I think he was calling for it.
Thank goodness for that.
I think he was calling for it, Need, but anyway.
Yeah, we won't give you a 5-minute stoppage of play here for tuning in.
Well, I'm starting to think that Fairpark were getting the momentum back just in the contest. Their transition is just not quite there this quarter, however, and Chirnside Park were able to turn it over and just wrestle the momentum back at their way. It's been quite an interesting game, an arm wrestle in the contest at the moment.
It's been back and forth. The leader's gone with whoever the pendulum swings towards, as it's now Chirnside Park by 3. Around the footy was Stewart. Now they're going to extract it was Cowan. He got a bit of body work. Around the footy was Cannon. He did well. Still a lot of pressure around the ball. It's to Jackson. Fends off one on the right boot. Look for the check side, and that might go. Lucky it didn't go over the fence and down the hill, but out of bounds on the full.
It might have gone to Eastland House.
Could have hit my car. Don't you dare. All right, as it's back out on the far side, away from this broadcast ring, footy's been ushered over the boundary line. We'll have a boundary throw in just to the side of the Chirnside Park dugout now. What can we expect them to be saying, boys? A lot of silence. They don't know where they're going with this one. Hopefully their coaches are on the same page then. As Dylan Corsi looks to bring it out. Footy drop. Couldn't quite get boot to ball. So too is Slattery. Slattery now on the ground. Plenty of bodies tackling.
They're intently focused on the game, Chris.
Fair enough, as they should be.
Well, I was going to say, just keep the pressure up. Keep the pressure going.
Yeah, I thought you were talking to Ryan.
Yeah.
That's what I
thought it was a handball.
Yeah, I was picky out there. But anyway, I'll give you something shortly.
So they'll look to bring it out now through Faulkner. It's a lot of work to do as Maguire's got the footy, throws it on the right boot. Plenty of lines around it though, and they take the intercept mark through Hayden Schroeder. And Schroeder will ignore the calls through the middle and just go out wide.
Looks like he's been swung down back. Hayden Schroeder is might be Cooper Heyman with possession of the footy. Goes short, dangerous kick. Still found Brandon Ward, who I was going to say looked worse for wear. He's definitely not winded.
Could look for the switch here if they wanted to.
Goes long down the line instead to Bryce Galvin. Again up against 3. They're getting numbers to Galvin. It falls out the back to Corsi, who tried to take on the world. He did really well. Got a handball away. And Chirnside will be able to repel from their defensive half. Send it to the wing, where the intercept mark will be taken by Hayden Schroeder.
What strength by Corsi there.
Brilliant from Dylan as he goes inside 50. Schroeder. Galvin couldn't take the grab. Downey did really well. Also there in support. That might have been Trent Castledine as the ball dribbles down the line. Umpire says, I'll have it.
That's a solid tackle.
Very solid indeed. Between wing and half forward for Fairpark. On the Evenell House side of Fairpark Reserve, it's the tap down one by Keenan. The handball away to from Dale Bent. It favours Chirnside Park, though, who quickly send it into attack. Josh Swift, he's got Lamb as the deepest target up against Brad Need. He looks to offer a lead, does Lamb. It spills out the back for him. He might get Boots a ball. Will it dribble its way through?
Oh.
It's kept in play by Chirnside Park, and Karashik Powell will be able to pounce. Got Boots a ball. Got it to Oscar Lunny, who's all alone on the broadcast side. Church was nearly taken in a coat hanger tackle. Gets the free kick. Paid advantage. Russell Cowan looked to play on. The mark will be paid, and will be forced to go back on his line. He was lucky there, Cowan. Will play on immediately. Plenty of real estate. And he'll nail it.
Again.
2 in the quarter for Russell Cowan to give Fairpark the lead once again. 10-10-70 to 10-7-67. We're officially into time on.
Who's going with him? Like,
Yeah,
he
I
runs
know.
a mile. There's no one blocking that sort of short run, even for overlap play. Nothing at all. Just punishing.
Well, Hayden March was on the mark. Sorry, Joe. He was on the mark and just chose to argue with the umpire instead of go track his man.
Yeah. Darcy Church, the strength there to completely dispose of Conor Maguire, dreads flying and everything. It was incredible to say. Just, very durable in the tackle and great disposal as well. He's been a star for me today.
Fairpark snatched the lead back 70 to 67. Wouldn't have thought with these conditions that we'd have a 20-goal game as we enter time on in the third term, but we've been treated to an absolute brilliant game so far here out at Fairpark Reserve. Thank you for joining us on Eastern Radio 98.1 FM and around the world on our Facebook and YouTube streams for our Eastland Match of the Round. As heard, that was a bucket throw there from the big man, but play continues. They'll look to get it forward, and chased down in the tackle was Mitch Jackson. Brilliant work there by Ben Slattery. He's been better in this third term as Churchill looked to get to it. It just goes through his hands. Picking up was Castledine. Bit of a loose handball. And Fairpark are rewarded as Church gets the holding the ball free kick. So he's been brilliant so far today, Darcy Church. We've called his name plenty. And of course, easy to spot him with that bright orange hair as he looks to go inside 50. Bit of a shallow entry, plenty flyers at it, but it comes out through Leslie, gets it to Cannon. Now they'll look to repel. Will the Panthers go out the corridor? There's numbers for Fairpark, but who will it drop to? Jake Corsi's around the foot if they can get it to him. They can't. Church, he's there again. Net ball now in the hands of Bent. Heyman, tackled by Corsi. Going back around the footy on the ground is Kane Church on this occasion. And the umpire will call for a ball up. It was well done there by the Chirnside Park players. Outnumbered on that occasion, but did well to keep it in and keep the contest alive as Hurd I should say, beats Reynolds in the ruck contest. Jackson threw a boot at it. Couldn't quite get there, though, but now it's sent forward. King was brought down. Dragged. High contact there going against Dermot Reynolds. Oh, sorry, I should say going against Karachich Powell. So it's Matt King here, just assessing his options. And he'll just look to go down the wing with the right boot. He'll just send it there. Leading with a fist was the Fairpark defender. Kicks are spoiled by Faulkner, smothered, I should say. Apologies, as Kane Church now with the footy wrapped up in a tackle. Plenty of appeals for just about everything there, but the umpire says he'll have it.
Fairpark setting up really well behind the ball there for, stopping any movement that Chirnside's trying to make.
As Church has it now wrapped up immediately. Camian tackles his teammate that did the tackling on his opponent.
You're absolutely right with that one, Scott. But the endeavour for Chirnside Park out the ball, it just seems to be growing and growing throughout the game, and it's sort of making up for the fact that they've not been able to transition.
Leslie was in the ruck there. Jackson's handball meant Church had to try and catch it behind his back. Was never going to work. Dylan Corsi now has been terrific. Gets it out to Figarelli through a left-handed. It couldn't quite keep it in just under the scoreboard as we see. 23 gone, 10-10-70 plays, 10-7-67. Fairpark by 3.
Right off forward flank. This ball will be tossed back into play. Keenan going up against Dermot Reynolds. In this ruck battle, it's Keenan who got front position and the tap down and the clearance as well, although his kick was smothered. Still found a teammate there. Might be Ryan Smith who goes through the middle of Fairpark Reserve where Sam Cannon is all by his lonesome. Got it to Downey. Downey goes to this broadcast side where Russell Cowan's parked underneath this. Couldn't complete the grab. Good stuff from the young man, Riley Bigford, who continues as the Chess Clavan. Happy to see it out of bounds for a win.
It's probably just that kick in that half back line that's really cost Chirnside. I feel like they've got it and they just go down that line or into the centre and just don't hit that clean target or that presenting player. I think they just need to find that presenting player and then they'll be out.
Leslie up against Keenan. Leslie won the tap down with the big leap. It's a Fairpark clearance though. Inside 50 goes Ben Slattery to a one-on-one. One of those being Samuel King. Darcy Church was once again there, as was his teammate who's locked up.
Just used his opponent as a as a battering ram against his teammate almost.
Kane Church. The meat and the sandwich. There's this ball tossed back up. On there by Daniel Kane, and it spills out to Kamian Need, the goalkeeper on the line.
He knows it too.
He got lucky there, did Brad Need. Plays on immediately. 2 points separate the Lions and the Panthers. 70 plays 68. As the left half back flank for Fairpark. They go to the far side wing of Fairpark Reserve, but there's a big pack, and it's fisted out of bounds there by Josh Teal and Ben Slattery. Right near our boundary riders as well, who look pretty laid back down there on the boundary, I must admit. Ryan and Oscar doing a good job down there. I love this ball toss back into play. Leslie again with the big leap. Keenan won the tap down. Clevant the clearance though. Inside forward 50. Causey was there. Swift out the back. Got boots a ball. Will it dribble through?
Oh.
It's a 4-point lead to Chirnside Park now after that great finish from Josh Swift. 11-8-74 plays 10-10-70, 25 and a half minutes gone, third quarter.
Gee, that's a Tobin Brothers goal of the day contender for sure. Look at that, with a man hanging by his hip, hanging off him, still gets it on the left boot.
You can see why he's kicked more than 1,000 goals in his career, Josh Swift.
Yeah, absolutely. If he can kick goals like that, he can kick them from any sort of situation, it would seem. That was a goal from stoppage there from Chirnside Park. Their transition hasn't been fantastic, but as I've said, the contested ball game is definitely in their favour at the moment, and that's the reward.
Well, these two sides have been sharing who kicks a goal at what time. They've been sharing who takes the lead. At the moment, it's the Panthers by 4. Looking to hold down the fort at the moment as Cowan got brought down by his shoulders. High free kick awarded. As Hayden Marks will stand on the mark, and Cannon will go back and looks to back himself with this set shot.
Looking for the hat-trick this quarter.
Yeah,
third quarter.
They've all been from more or less this distance as well, so you probably back him. Although you question if you might get tired by the time he finishes his 20-metre run-up. But we'll see. He'll know better than the rest of us what he can do. He has 2 for now. We'd love to see him get 3 and take this lead back in what has been an enthralling third term in the Eastland match of the round. Here he is. Kicks on its way. Looks like he might drop a touch short at the goal line. Plenty of bodies around it. Rushed through for a behind. So not on that occasion for Russell Cowan. But definitely a threat going forward. So 10-11-71 plays 11-8-74. It's Fairpark looking to bounce straight back up to Division 3. It's Chirnside Park looking to make up for the missed chance of last year's grand final. Both teams that have their eyes set on that final day of the season. But here they are on the first day of the season as it's sent forward by Maguire. Mark taken on the wing. They'll look to go forward straight away. Swifts out the back of the pack, gets to the front. Got there before Need did. Plenty of bodies around it though for Fairpark. Church to Heyman. Looks to go wide for Bent. Mark taken. Nearly stumbled. Can't do that in front of the away fans. Sure your footing up, son. Gets the medal stunt on his top play on. Gets the kickoff. Bodies down the line will fly for it. Well done, Daniel Keenan. Stood under it for a while and takes the grab. Very courageous stuff.
Chirnside Park got that outlet kick on the wing, and then it's just come right back for Fairpark because of their defence.
Oscar Lunny wanted it, got it on the wing, controls traffic. Third quarter time, siren goes. What a fixture we've got for you. Thank you for joining us at Eastland Radio 98.1 FM and around the globe on our Facebook and YouTube streams for our Eastland Match of the Day broadcast. Fairpark, first game back in Division 4, 10-11-71, now trailing Chirnside Park, 11-8-74. The lead remains at 3. It hasn't been more than 3 at any break so far in this fixture after 28 minutes played in that third term. We have our goal kickers before we go for a short break. Still the 4 for Bryce Galvin. Russell Cowan with 2 in that term. Hayden Schroeder kicked a 2 in the second. Singles to Ryan Smith. Also to Brandon Ward. And then for Chirnside Park, we have the 3 to Brooklyn Lamb. 3 to Josh Swift, who's kicked 1 in each term. 2 to Sam King. Singles to Jackson Faulkner, Dylan Causey, and Ryan Camian. We have an absolute barnstorming fixture for you. We're going to go for a short break. When we return, we'll have scores from around the ground, elsewhere in the Eastern Football Netball League competitions, and also a coach's interview from one of our boundary riders. We'll be back shortly. Don't go anywhere.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her two young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. And let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner, close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The superpower I'd love for a day is to fly.
If I could have a superpower for a day, it would be to time travel so I could go back and see how life was when my parents were young and stuff like that.
Be mind reading. It's always good to know what other people are thinking.
At Tobin Brothers Funerals, their superpower is always providing compassionate care to families at their absolute time of need. Get to know the team at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
Hi, I'm Ben Desson from Montrose Football Netball Club, and when I need a new kit for a night out, I head over to Eastland. But Eastland is more than a shopping centre. They support a range of community organisations and have been major partners of the Eastern Football Netball League since 2018. Thanks, Eastland.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season, bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve. We're all excited out here for the Eastland match of the round. It looks set to be a grandstand finish between the Lions and the Panthers. Fairpark 10-11-71 after leading for majority of the first half. And at the first two breaks, they trail Chirnside Park now by 3 points, 11-8-74. Josh Wood here alongside Chris Cordes, Jared Beanland, Scott Hardy, plus Ryan Long and Oscar Lutka down on the boundary. Hopefully Ryan or Oscar will have an interview potentially with Fairpark, but before we head to that, we'll go through our scores around the grounds. And East Ringwood 93 leads South Croydon 13 out of Cheong Park, which is a massive, massive margin. Berwick 37 in a low-scoring game against South Belgrave. The Saints are only 1-3-9, whilst Noble Park 6-8-44 now trail Roval 9-5-59 in that game. At Pat Wright Senior Oval into Division 1. And we'll try to get some scores from that division shortly. It is North Ringwood 60 leading Beaconsfield 23. No real update from Montrose and Bayswater, still 54-42. Wanturna South up by 11 points over Moorbark 40-29, and Park Orchard 66 lead Norwood 32. As we might see if we can snag an interview potentially with Fairpark before this final quarter starts.
Worrying signs for Beaconsfield there against North Ringwood.
It is slightly concerning. In fact, we might not get an interview.
Boys, just down at the Chirnside Park huddle there, just a couple of key statistics. Jared talked about the clearances and the contested possessions, and that is something that Chirnside Park is now leading in, particularly in that third quarter in the statistics front. Just one to make note of, forward 50 tackles to the game, 16-3 in favour of Chirnside Park. So that was one-sided in that quarter, 4-0. So it's certainly a key thing for them going forward in this last quarter, the pressure from their forwards. But also their midfield, when you look at the battle there, they mentioned particularly Mitch Jackson and Russell Cohen. They're going deep every single time, so they want to prevent that. Highlight the sluttery tackle at centre-half back on Jackson in that quarter. That was a really key one to prevent a potential goal. So a couple of things to keep your eye on this last quarter.
Absolutely. We'll get those final scores throughout at the end of this game out here at Fairpark Reserve between the Lions and the Panthers. It's going down to the wire. Chris Quarters, 74 plays 71.
3 brilliant quarters in the book so far. Let's see what this last one can toss up for us as Need went to ground to try and get the footy. Jake Corsi was in there. Gets it to Dylan Corsi. Throws it on the left. Blue Figarelli leading up. Footy just dropped a bit short of him. So a lot of work to do for the Panthers now. Figarelli turns tackler on Need. Umpire will call for the ball up. So we're locked in here. I believe the last 2 quarters, we already had a goal by this stage, but Hurd he wins the hit out almost uncontested. Cowan got on the left boot forward. In pursuit now is Slattery, but the footy's in the Smith of Fairpark's Ryan Smith. And I believe he's been pinged for holding the ball, so didn't get rid of it quick enough, says the umpires, as Chirnside Park just looking to get it forward. Pack forming under the footy. Heyman got worked under it by Swift. Dropped what he should have taken. So a lot of work to do as Swift turns tackler. Footy's going to be brought out though by Fairpark on the left boot. Got the belly of the ball. Long, high, dumping kick. Falls into the hands of, I believe, Corsi. Now they're looking to bring it out once more. Leader there was King. Didn't get the footy though. Heyman at the front of his man. Swift from behind. Maybe got his arms chopped. Not quite. Umpire will say, I'll have it. He'll split it down the middle.
Didn't quite take the mark either time, did Cooper Heyman, but a couple of really good efforts just to keep the ball out of the hands of the Chirnside Park forwards.
Yeah, he did well by playing in front, so Ficker really hands over the footy to the umpire, somewhat reluctantly. As the Rucks will go at it, it's Lamb, it's Hurd. Hurd just gets a fist to it. We've seen him do that a fair few times. Holding free kick. First shot at goal will be from Dylan Corsi in this 4th term.
Fico gives the offending Cowan a hug. Thank you very much, he says.
So it will be Dylan Corsi, kicking from about 35 out. He'll snap around the corner on the right boot. Where's it going? Just a behind G. Few people around the ground thought it was good, but just a minor score for now. So first score of the 4th term, minor, means it's a 4-point margin for the Panthers.
75 plays 71. Josh Swift tried to lift the Chirnside Park crowd out there as well as Searle elects to go to the far side of Fairpark Reserve. There was Ryan Smith. Trickled out of bounds for a boundary throw in between wing and half forward for Chirnside Park on the far side of Fairpark Reserve. 2.5 minutes played here in this last quarter. Chirnside with the early territory and gaining more territory is Xavier Leslie looking for Chaz Clevant. In there is Ryan Camion, as is the coach, Justin Figarelli. Flashes the brilliant slam was there, couldn't complete the grab, tried to kick it off the deck. He's going to get a tripping free kick, advantage paid. And the Panthers extend the lead out to 10. Ryan Camion with the goal. That might be his 2nd as well for Camion, it is. They're 12-9-81 Chirnside Park, 10-11-71 Fairpark.
Oh, I don't know. Because they said he got legged. That was the free kick, wasn't it?
Yeah, he said that. I thought it was holding the man.
Oh, yeah.
Either way, it was a 2-on-1 situation against Lamb there. Fairpark shouldn't have lost that. Yep. That's a goal that is it's painful to watch, I think, for a Fairpark perspective.
So
the ball, it's gone in the creek. That's they're requesting new ball, so that's why there's a little bit of a delay.
I was going to say they might just head over to AFNL House.
New ball out on the field now, boys. But just on that again, the pressure up forward, and we probably saw that in the back end of the 3rd quarter with some drop marks from those Fairpark defenders. So certainly a little bit nervous.
Yeah, Chirnside Park are getting entry after entry, and it's something that we didn't see in the first half of the game, and it's really paying dividends now.
So ball up will come. It's now the Panthers by 10. Hurd will get it out of the ruck, throw it on the right boot. Chance of Fairpark to respond now. Cunnin didn't quite get the bounce of the footy right, but did well to just kill it temporarily. King turned tackler, so too did Camion. Ball up on the edge of the forward 50 mark, or 450 arc, I should say. So Hurd gets the tap down to Cowan. Left-handed handball. What can they do now? Cowan will get it back. He's pushed towards the boundary line. Check side. Don't tell me. Go. Oh, is it through? Oh, it's touched. It's touched. Someone tell him. Oh, no. Someone tell him. Oh.
If he kicked that, that's goal of the year.
Yeah.
Oh.
That's astonishing.
Great ruin over by Sam Cannon there.
Just let it go through. Like, what are we doing here?
There's the sportsmanship.
Brilliant play on the mark, though. Searle played on straight away. Fist came from Downey. Now bursting away is King. He's going to give it. Looked to go, but got bumped instead. He's Trent Castledine around the foot. He has a lot to do. Kick was smothered. Ball would just bounce. Going hammer and tong. And as Brad Need just socketed it to himself. Look at Need. Now picks it up. Stumbles a bit. Still gets it up to Jackson. He's gone a bit quieter. Here's Mitch Need now. Need. Oh, at the back by himself is Bell. Couldn't quite take it. Someone get to the footy, would ya? And it's going to dribble out and over the boundary line. Gee, you thought that Connor Bell was a shoe-in to walk into an open goal, but not quite.
Just a little overcooked there, that kick.
So we're stuck in Fairpark's forward pocket. It's Galvin in the ruck, look to grab it. Now he's still got it, Galvin. Saw one, got it on the right, did it lob over. Oh, yes, he did! Bryce Galvin, what a goal! Number 5 completes the bag.
Who's on the line, though? That's the thing.
Have a look at the ball after he kicked it. It was horrible.
Gee, get this graphic up here. I want to see Tobin Brothers' goal of the day contender. Look at that. An absolute mung of a kick. But a kick nevertheless. What a goal from Big Brycey down there in the forward 50.
But you need someone to fill that hole every day of the week. Absolutely. Like, it's just slack by Chirnside. And they were fortunate in that other one, when it went over the back, they still didn't have players there. So, again, Chirnside needs to set up a little bit better behind the ball.
Once again, reduce the 3 points, the deficit, as it was at three-quarter time. Hurd going up against Xavier Leslie as Hurd won that down to Clevant, though, who sends the Panthers into attack. In front position was Samuel King, and he's confident. And why wouldn't you be confident as well, Sam King, after he's kicked 2 so far this game?
Yep.
169 career goals now as well. It's from right at centre half forward, probably 50 metres out. Let's loose, and to the left it goes. Radney might look to play this on immediately, but it's 4 points the difference. 78 plays 82 in favour of Chirnside Park as Need finds some open teammates. One of those is Ryan Smith, who took a chest mark in the end. Plays on almost immediately because he's got Josh Teal over the top. It'll fall for Matthew King, who's under immense pressure from Teal. He's going to be pinged, or is it going to be a ball up?
He clearly just let go of that.
It's at the left forward pocket though for Fairpark, who trail in this game. Have plenty of support behind them out here at Fairpark Reserve. Their first game of season 2026 in their return to Division 4 as Bent ushers that out of bounds for a boundary throw. And it is a decent crowd, I must admit.
It's a big crowd. The one thing, Fairpark, just whenever it's kicking out from behind, like they've got such a really good setup that you probably just don't see on the TV. The running and what they're presenting is exceptional.
Hurd with the backwards tap. There's a high free kick going to be paid to Fairpark and to Hurd. So from a fair distance, he might just look to send it to the hot spot. He's got an open man at the right forward pocket, but he might be setting up for the shot here, Hurd. 55 career goals, closing in on 150 senior games, is a former premiership player with Fairpark as it drifts back. It stays in play and might bounce its way out of bounds. It does in the right forward pocket. Good effort there from the big man, Cole Hurd.
You're going to have to get the keys to the light tower, Josh, in a second. It's getting very dark over that side.
Matt Foddy on the line.
There's a little bit of sun peeking out, but otherwise that's it. We might be in for potential torrential downpour as umpire circling. He's got a pig in.
I mean, he can't do much else, can he? You know, the umpire.
He was riding him like Seabiscuit.
Oh, goodness.
Ben Slattery just sat on it and gave away the free kick to Brandon Ward, who on senior debut has had some moments as Ward, I must admit, today. Kicked the 1 goal earlier. This from a slide angle around about 35 metres out. He'll kick from looking to put Fairpark back in front is Brandon Ward. Just drifts to the right. Back to 3 points the margin. 11-13, 79 plays 12-10, 82 Chirnside Park. 9 minutes gone, final quarter.
Fluent ball transition has started to go out the window a little bit, I think. They're struggling to get it out of their defence, both teams.
Sam Cannon's kick dropped short to Dylan Coursey from the kicking. Coursey now wheels around on the right. Took a lot of time to make his decision, but sent it to middle. Leslie was around there. Couldn't quite do it. Figarelli dragged to ground by Brad Need now. And he'll have a ball up just in the centre there. So Rucks will get ready to go at it again. It will be Hurd. He goes up uncontested this time. So you're right, boys. We heard in the special comments chairs earlier that Leslie was just happy to kind of give up that height in the ruck contest. But we'll see if they can keep making it work for them, as now in pursuit of the footies. Jackson, he gets it, slides, pops back up as he hit the turf, did well. Cannon's kick now finds a teammate in Fielding. So he's Dan Fielding now. He's got calls from just about everywhere, even maybe in the car park for a kick towards there. As he'll come towards us here. Vicar really got out the back, kept it in. Here's Swift, 1-on-1. Can he turn his man? Footy wouldn't quite sit up for him nicely. Boundary throwing in the forward pocket.
Justin probably had a little bit more time there just to steady it and get it sort of straighter, but a great effort to keep it in anyway.
Big shout out to both teams for giving us plenty of broadcast side action too. For the whole game.
Yes, very true.
Decent compared to a lot of other games.
Very true. So Hurd and Leslie just go to punch it. It'll go straight back over the line.
I reckon our boundary riders might enjoy that as well. It's on the far side for them.
That would have been out in the full if it came from the one fist. I don't think the umpire actually saw.
I think it hit both.
It might have been both.
So Hurd will go at it with a fist again. Can't get it. There's Leslie on the left boot. 2v1. G nearly reeled it in with a 1. Go Brooklyn Lamb. He's diving over place to try and get to it. Brad Need will just shuffle it over. Goodness me. Get him around the footy again. Let us see something here on stream. Thank you for joining us. If you are just tuning in now, Fairpark 11-13, 79. Chirnside Park 12-10, 82. Very hyped up game for round 1 of our Division 4 EFNL season, as Leslie would just punch it forward, and it's just to the side of the point post, so they'll lock it in their forward 50. It's a big contest in here now for territory. The next goal, if it can come from Chirnside Park, will be big. Fairpark really need to make sure that they're standing true here and they can repel, as it will be Leslie and Hurd again. Hurd gets a right fist to it. Now it's with Dylan Coursey, missed his fist with a handball, looking to burst through. Good tackle, Clavant. Umpire calls for the ball.
It's as good as a forward line tackle right there.
Bit off the ball happening as well.
So they'll go up again. Leslie got a good lead, but it Hurd went again, so too didn't need. Dylan Coursey got it through the hands of Figarelli. Here's Lamb, tapped it to himself, trying to dribble it like a basketball. Got hip and shouldered into round 2, and it's going to be a boundary throw in.
Boundary.
Go down to boundary to Oscar Luca.
Yeah, guys, just some grey clouds starting to roll over and a bit of rain coming down again. It'll be interesting to see how that plays for the rest of the quarter.
Thanks for that, Oscar. We thought we might be in the clear, but apparently not so, as Dylan Coursey goes to the ground to pick it up. He's been excellent so far, Dylan Coursey, and he gets it out to Chaz Clavant, another key contributor. Clavant on the left, that goal, bit of a spiralling kick, Lamb around it. Now you got a hand to it, they might just rush it through. Oh, Karachich Powell couldn't quite get it over, but now it does. And I've just noticed now there's Chirnside Park Ultras on both sides, both pockets here, so they're making a good appearance. As they'll go down the far wing, Matt King was maybe legged. Umpire said nothing doing. We're likely to have a ball up, not yet, but we will now.
That was brilliant leadership and attack on the ball by Matt King, and it looks like he's hobbling off as well, but that just broke up Fairpark's transition. They could have been in the forward line right now as we speak if he hadn't made that endeavour.
13 minutes gone, it's 4 points the difference. 79 plays 83 in favour of Chirnside Park, as Clavant tried to play for the high free kick. It's Camian who sends the Panthers into attack. Nearly taking the mark there was Swift, but it's thumped out of bounds.
Tried to play for the high free kick. It was smacked in the face, Josh.
It looked like he wasn't. It looked like he... My eyes are going already.
turn the lights on, like I said.
Yeah.
To see out there.
It's the lights, it's fine.
Elite camera work, though, from Megan Green. Do a magnificent job. As Hurd is locked up, and there's a high free kick. And that is going to go to Luke Scott, who's certainly been active in this game. Let's just put it at that. The right back pocket, sends it to the far side wing, Searles around this, as is James Belly. Neither could impact the contest alongside there.
Luke Scott is the kind of defensive counterpart to Brooklyn Lamb. You never know what you're going to get from him.
Boundary throw in pretty much on centre wing, far side of Fairpark Reserve. 14 minutes tick over. Just the 2 goals in this quarter. Chirnside Park still leading by 4 points. 83 plays 79 as Maguire was wrapped up. Searle is there as well. As they send it inside forward 50 to Chirnside Park. There is Lamb. Need with the fist. Spores it out of his defensive 50. Karashik Powell will be shipping it out. And getting it inside 50 once again is Sam King. Looks for his coach and Justin Figarelli. Forced the contest really well. Out there as well as Mitch Need. The chip over the top to Swift, who has open space. Will it dribble its way through? It doesn't. Causey can't keep it in play. And we'll have the kick in from Fairpark as we cross down boundary side to Oscar Ludka.
Yeah, King's come off now. He's in the hands of the trainer after that.
And Jake Causey as well is down.
So I'll keep an eye on that, guys.
Thanks, Oscar.
I don't know if that's knee or cramp for Causey.
Yeah, in the hands of the trainers there. Yeah, that might have been the case. Or it does not look. Oh, he's just gone back. He got up and he's just gone back down. That's not
holding
good.
the lower leg, so maybe a turned ankle. As they're trying to get someone around him, but play will continue because he is off the ground. Technically, he's behind the point post. So advantage paid here for Maguire. Laced out Swift. Mark taken. And they might need to look at getting Jake Causey some more help out here behind the point post at the moment, because he really cannot move. But nevertheless, it will be Josh Swift here.
Chirnside Park really playing this game on their terms now, with the conditions getting worse and worse as well. The contested ball has been so important for them as Swift is coming in here.
So here's Swift, 1 in each quarter so far. Kick will come from about 50 on the far side boundary line. On the right boot, drop punt has the distance, will pull right just slightly and out of bounds on the full, missed everything.
Good to see some Chirnside Park supporters as well helping out Jake Causey to clear the area.
Yeah, and they've stopped play for him now. He really cannot put any weight on that right ankle, which is not a good sight to see. I'm not sure if he turned it in a contest or slipped and went into the gutter and hurt it that way, but not at all what you want to see at any point in the season, much less in round 1.
Of course, exiting the gates as well. So, I mean, obviously he's done for the day, and they could be down 2 depending on King coming back.
So there's a contest just in front of us. Over the boundary line it goes, and if King's off as well, it poses a question. Who's now wearing the number 20 jersey for the short sleeve for Chirnside Park? I have had enough of these clash strips. But play will continue in front of us as the boundary throw-in goes. It will be Fairpark. Rucker contested, gets it to Smith, fumbled the footy, still threw a right boot at it. Bursting through his Castledine, took on his man, still got a fist to it. Here's Cowan, goes to ground to get it. Wrapped up by Maguire, good tackle. Ball up just in the centre square. We are 17 gone. We are the Panthers 5 up, and we are continuing on with the rain.
As Leslie won that tap down to Maguire. Handball wasn't a great one. Cowan slipped at the wrong moment. His teammate is there to support him in Mitch Jackson, I think that was.
Just want to point out, Darcy Church has been pretty quiet lately. Faulkner's doing an absolute job on him, it seems.
As is Russell Cowan, as Leslie again on the tap down. Figarelli, the slick handball to Fielding, who sets self for home! Massive goal, Daniel Fielding! And it's 11 points the difference now in favour of Chirnside Park. 13-12-90, plays 11-13-79 at the 18-minute mark of this final quarter.
Huge goal, and great offload by Justin there, just to see the running player. Exceptional.
Ball use is just right up for Fairpark. If they're going to win this game, they need to be cleaner, and it's going to be very difficult now. The rain is tumbling down.
And Chirnside had set up a lot better in that centre line, just to keep it trapped in, especially when Fairpark had it from the kick in earlier.
Gee, so Chirnside Park by 11. Rain's tumbling down. Certainly favours a side that can defend a lead. Fairpark need to make something happen now as Keenan goes around it. Gee, it's absolutely bucketing down here at Fairpark Reserve. We might get washed under in the van as Clevant goes to ground to get it. Looks to bring it out. Fist thrown at the footy. One of them around there is Bigford. Still no one get it. Gee, it looks like Flinders Street Station at the moment. There's that many bodies around it. Maguire throws a right boot at it. Contest there over the back of Swift was the fist. Still a lot of work to do as they're looking to bring it down and wrapped up for a ball up. 11 points seems like a big margin in these conditions, unfortunately for Fairpark. Not a lot of people tipped him. I think Oscar Luca on the boundary starting to have a smile creep onto his face. He might be the lone soldier there.
Oh, hang on, man.
Scotty, you did the two. My bad. My apologies. So at least you've got some people in the media team that might know what's going on. As there's a free kick that's going to be going the way of Chirnside Park here. And it would be going the way of fan of the EFNL broadcast, Xavier Leslie. Let me get ready to run on if this goes in.
Me too.
It'll be some kick. As the free kick came out of the contest, it will be easy from about 50 out. 45-degree angle in these conditions. Rain coming down, waterlogged ball. It would take his best.
Well, if he's a fan of the EFNL media team, surely he'll direct the celebration to make it.
Daniel Horvath.
Leslie, deliberate run up. Here he is. He's Leslie on the left. It's got the travel go. There he is. The fist goes up. Xavier Leslie kicks one. Watching the broadcast in pre-game is a winning formula. You heard it here first. And Chirnside Park get up to the tune of 17 points.
It's all on Fairpark now. That could have been the nail in the coffin. I don't want to go too early with that. We still have time. But Fairpark, the way that this game is going, it's completely on Chirnside Park's terms now. They've been winning the stoppages. They've been getting the ball use through Chaz Clevant in the centre. Dylan Corsi's been excellent. And I don't know where it's going to come from for Fairpark.
As Hurd won that tap down, it's a clearance for Fairpark and a near forward 50 entry. Ward was there, as was Russell Cowan, and umpire says, give it to me, boys, I'll ball it up. Oscar on the boundary.
Looks like King's tested out that leg, and it looks like he might come back on.
It does look not so properly on the sidelines from what we can see, but in the meanwhile, ball tossed back up. Neither ruck could win a clean tap down. It's a Chirnside clearance. Bally sends it to this broadcast side. Karashik Powell in good position, was nearly pushed into it. Lamb is there, got the quick handball away, was too hot for his teammate in Faulkner, and going to have prime position for this boundary throw-in. There it is, Cole Hurd set to go up against Xavier Leslie. And umpire will call for it back. Doing great stuff today. The boundary umpires, as are the umpires today as well. And we'll get another good look at this stoppage out here at Fairpark Reserve. Centre wing broadcast side. Heard the double fister down to Searle, who ran through the stoppage. Sent it to the left half forward flank. Galvin's out the back. Tried to break one. Tackle did. Got it to Russell Cowan. Left footer to the goal square, and the mark taken. Hayden Schroeder has been swung up forward. He needs to kick this goal to Schroeder. If Fairpark are any chance at the 22-minute mark of this final quarter, almost directly in front for his third of the afternoon, and he gets it. There's still some hope for the Lions. They're 12-13-85 to Chirnside, 14-12-96, 22 minutes gone. It might not be that long of a quarter, though. There's hope, though, for Fairpark in these dying stages, Scott and Jared.
And that comes down to Ben Searle. Vacating the defensive lines, going up, adding an extra number to the stoppage. That's some experience there. That's some on-field leadership. And, brilliant reading of the game state.
And Russell Cowan as well.
Oh, absolutely. Brilliant kick.
Very good point there, lads. So if this is anything like the second quarter, wait about another 10 seconds and Hayden Schroeder will have kicked another. As we'll have the ball up here. Everything to play for as we're in time on. It's the Chirnside Park Panthers by 11. Looking to get to the footy first. There was Bent. Bodies dropping around it. There's Camian. High contact free kick paid to him. Oh, it'll be Clevan actually. No, we'll go the way of the Fairpark Lions. So Fairpark with a chance to get another. There's Stuart G. Fumble the handball received there from Searle. Plenty of work to be done. Figarelli's around the ball. Turning tackler is Carlin. Just made a mess of that Fairpark in the middle, didn't they?
Yep, that's really poor timing for a mistake like that. It's not what you want at this stage of the game.
And if they want a goal, if they want to win this one, they need a goal very soon, actually, as we're 23 and a half nearly gone here. Looking at Tabitha Searle was around it. So too was Carlin again. Got on the right boot. Smith playing in front. Gave it off to Mitch Need. He's fumbled it again. Need can't quite pick it up. It's getting scrappy here from Fairpark. The footy's slipping out of their hands, and so too might this game. As a mark taken there. Footy's gone forward from Chirnside Park. Plenty of bodies under it. One of those Brooklyn Lamb. Two defenders went to punch it. Footy's at the drop zone now. Lamb dumping. Free kick's going to be paid the way of the defence. So Fairpark survive. Just need to be cleaner through the middle, don't they, Jared and Scotty?
Yeah, absolutely. That was a let off there.
Very, very fumbly so far in this term as Chirnside Park again will look to work the ball forward. Came in, couldn't quite get it to come with him. There's the likes of Connor Bell, gets it on the right boot. Scuffed kick, swirls around it, leading up the front is Cannon. Just kicks it to himself, got free, looked for a free kick, didn't get one. Got absolutely floored by Mitch Nee. It's a free kick, it's downfield. And that is a lot of territory, which will be a massive impact now in this game in the dying stages.
I reckon the first free kick was there. The second, not so much.
So maybe the umpire just split the difference on that occasion. Josh Swift trying to dry the ball down here with his jumper. It'll almost be like trying to water your plants in the rain. I'm not sure how much that's going to help, but his kick will come from about 50 out, slightly more than a 45-degree angle. We just saw him throw up a clump of turf. Not much of a wind out there that we can see. So Swift, he sides up 11. They're looking to rebound after a heartbreaking grand final loss last season. They're going against an absolute juggernaut of the competition that came down from the division above. Josh Swift looking for his fourth of the day. He'll throw it on the boot. Is this the dagger? It's true. Will it stay? Yes, it will. Oh, is it touched on the line? Goal! Waited for suspense as well. Well done to that goal umpire. Josh Swift loves it. It is an absolutely monstrous goal. Look at him get around him. The runner wants to be a part of it as well.
Jackson Faulkner's a fan of the media team as well.
And it is a 17-point margin. What an absolute roost from Josh Swift.
Oh, my God. Dear. Sense of occasion from the goal umpire there is brilliant to say. But Swift, I mean, again, it's about diversifying their options down forward. And Chirnside Park have done that in the off-season, and it really is paying off. They've kicked over 100 now, and that's usually going to be a winning score.
And that should get the job done for the Panthers today against the much-hyped Fairpark. Has Hurd won the tap down. Will follow up his own work. Just try to chuck it on the boot. It spills to Jackson. Sends it inside forward 50. Bells out the back. Couldn't complete the grab. Galvin was also there. Somehow got a handball away according to the umpire. Locked up there.
Boundary.
As we go down boundary side to Oscar.
King's back in now, guys.
In the dying stages, the skipper comes back on to celebrate a Chirnside Park victory, but Bryce Galvin might have something to say about that. It'll go through.
Goal number 6.
Great effort from the big man, and Fairpark 13-13-91 to Chirnside Park 15-12, 102. I don't think there's enough time, but Bryce Galvin, that's a good finish there. As you mentioned, Jared, his 6th goal of the afternoon.
Well, there's been a few goals this quarter. What's the time clock going to stretch to? It might get to 30 minutes, which could give Chirnside Park, Fairpark, just a little bit of time.
Almost have to kick a goal from this stoppage, Chris.
Yeah, we saw very muted celebrations. They fully are aware that they are still chasing this game. The only thing this game hasn't given us so far, as we said off air, is an absolute hanger, but it might be tough in these conditions as bodies are dropping around the footy. The umpire will call for it. Each stoppage here outside of their defensive 50 is a little win for Chirnside Park. One more step towards being 1-0 in this season. As Hurd throws it on the right boot, they'll be tested now. Downey got a right fist to it. Galvin's around it. Galvin sold it one way, got a handball off. Who's around it? Kicks it goal. Jackson, he's got it. There's a pulse. There's a pulse.
Oh my God.
Hello, Mitch Jackson. Thank you for that one. Good sir. Goal on debut. Reels it into 5 points. Getting a bit nervy out here, gentlemen. It's getting a little bit nervy.
He's been outstanding today.
Yeah,
he'd have to be close to the top 3.
We only call the close games, Chris. We only call the close games.
What is this, a 2025 grand final?
Two in a row. Let's see if we can get 17 points between all games this weekend.
Ball about to be tossed back up in the middle of Fairpark Reserve. Hurd won that tap down. It'll spill now to Oscar Lunny, who somehow got boots of ball, sends it to centre half forward. Scott Downey was there. Chirnside have the numbers. Cannon just thumps it on the boot, and the mark will be taken by Sam King.
Calm it down, he says.
Slow it
He
down.
decides to play on, heads in the Josh Swift direction. The spoil from Cooper Heyman, and it's out of bounds for a boundary throw in.
Well, I love how he gives the hand signal, slow it down, and a second later wheels onto the left.
What a cracker of a round one contest out here at Fairpark
Absolute
Reserve.
hypocrite.
Fairpark 14-13-97, leading Chirnside Park 15-12, 102. It's in Chirnside's attacking half as Hurd will go up against Leslie, who just thumped it forward and hits it out of bounds.
Well, Kyle Hurd's been doing that all day, so it's not a bad idea.
Why not follow suit? As we'll have this ball tossed back into play, right half forward flank, almost in front of us out here at Fairpark Reserve. What can Fairpark conjure from this defensive stoppage? Can Chirnside put the nail in the... put the dagger in the heart of Fairpark as Cowan trying to burst away from the stoppage. Figarelli was there, dug a handball out, couldn't find a teammate, ball locked up. They'll be happy with this Chirnside Park. 29.5 minutes tick over. Fairpark 14-13-97 to Chirnside Park 15-12, 102 as Hurd. He wins the clearance after the tap down. Slattery's there, eluded him. The handball from Smith, couldn't find a teammate. It's turned over. Carlin sends it inside forward 50. There might be a downfield free kick.
It could be reversed.
It is going to go to Fairpark, and it's Hayden Schroeder from centre half forward. Already has 3 in this contest.
Could he?
He's at centre half forward, sets sail for home, misses to the left. 4 points the difference, 14-14-98 Fairpark to Chirnside Park, 15-12, 102. 13 and a quarter minutes gone in this final quarter, Chris.
Half an hour gone in the final turn. We're seconds away now. Surely kick in goes. A lot of flyers at it. G got hands to it. It was Coward looking to burst away. Ficker really dragged him down. Still got hands to it. Jackson's there. Mitch Needs, did he cop one high? Yes, he did. There's a chance. 30 minutes, 30 seconds gone. Knee looking to go quickly. Played on. Faked right. Looks to chip it up. We've got a chance here. Ryan Smith's got the footy in his hands. And if he takes his time, this kick might come after the siren.
Ben Sells like, kick the goal, mate. There's nothing else you can do right now.
Good God almighty, we thought Chirnside Park had put the check in the win column 5 minutes ago. But this is Ryan Smith. In the most unlikely of circumstances, in the most yuck of conditions at times. 45-degree angle. About 40 out. Smith to take the lead. It's a wobbler. It's going to go. It's through. That is a disgusting kick, but it's +6 on the scoreboard. Oh, Ryan Smith, you star. What a kick. What a game. Fairpark take the lead by 2 with an absolute mung.
This is unbelievable. I can't believe it. Like, Fairpark, they've just gotten the game back on their terms in the contest. It seems that, like, Chirnside Park, they're being beaten at their own game now with those clearance numbers.
We're back. We'll go on, Chris.
The old adage is, if you try and defend a game, you invite too much pressure, but I'll go to you, Josh. You bring us home for this one.
Hurd up against Leslie in this ruck contest. Leslie won it down. His teammate spilt it, though. Could have given away a high free kick, didn't. Umpire says, give it to me, boys. I'll ball it up. We've now ticked over 32 minutes in this last quarter. Fairpark 15-14, 104 lead. Chirnside 15-12, 102 as Hurd won the tap down. Cowan was there, applies the tackle alongside Jackson. Umpire calls a throw.
Oh,
and
25. That is brutal.
That might be the game.
Fine margins, gentlemen. Fine margins in the big games.
Mitch Jackson will have it a true centre half forward. He'll probably look to go back for the set shot. They were done 6 or 7 minutes ago, were Fairpark. They've come from the clouds and might have an opportunity through their new vice captain, their star recruit, Mitch Jackson, to put a sealer on this game directly in front of the big sticks. As he looks to take all the time in the world, the former Ringwood skipper. As a hush goes across Fairpark reserve. He comes in now. The kick won't matter, but it's still there. An 8-point victory for the Fairpark Lions in a thriller out here at Fairpark Reserve. 16-14, 110 to Chirnside Park, 15-12, 102. They've come from nowhere.
They absolutely did, Josh. What a ridiculous final quarter that was. We thought the nail in the coffin came about 22 minutes in or such. How big has Kyle Hurd been in the ruck? He's been massive. Just been able to give them first use a lot of the time as Leslie battled manfully against him all day. But, oh my goodness me, Fairpark, I can barely collect my thoughts with that. It was chaos. Absolutely. And just such a great result for them. Obviously, the talk, the hype, everything about it. And coming out here for their home game. We haven't been out here in 7 years, to cover a game. So to have that thrown up to us is just outstanding, and it's just going to show what a good division this will be if the skill level was what it was today. I thought that both sides had every chance to win that.
Gee,
obviously,
I hope this is a grand final preview. I really do. This is an unbelievable performance. As we might be getting an injury down boundary side. Ryan Long, take us away.
I've got one of the stars of the show from the Fairpark Footy Club, Mitch Jackson. First game for the club, and you couldn't ask for a better win. It looked just about over about 5 minutes ago, and you kicked 3 late goals. Incredible comeback.
It was magnificent. First round against the Grand Finalists. It was super.
How did you see the game? Obviously, for a Division 4 perspective, it looked like a very high quality game, and this is a very good side in Chirnside Park. You guys have put together a very good list this season. How did you feel about it going out today and playing against this side?
I think it started pretty skillful, and then probably half time it just started bucketing down, and then it just turned into a scrap. We just kicked the ball forward. We're trying to get rid of the handball and just get it forward, get it to the targets in forward.
And just before we let you go, I know you got a song to sing, and it'll be a big one to celebrate. But what's the biggest thing you love about Fairpark? And obviously coming down here, you've been one of the big recruits. There's a lot of recruits coming into this side. What have you loved about the club so far?
I think just the boys welcomed us all in. It was magnificent. And then obviously I came across to play with my best mates, Bryce and Sally. And it's just so fun to come to training and play with them.
Well, enjoy it, mate. Fantastic win. Great game.
Thanks there to Mitch Jackson and EVNL media manager Ryan Long doing a magnificent job. We would try to get the song thanks to Tobin Brothers Funerals, but how clutch Mitch Jackson was alongside those midfielders as well. Your Russell Cowans, Mitch Needs, who was a bit fumbly at times.
Yep.
Kyle Hurd as well was massive in those final couple of minutes. Certainly going to be an interesting vote for the player of the day, Chris.
Yeah, well, that's another thing, though. You look at Mitch Need, 22 goals in the season last season, 14 times in best, and he clearly, I think he will admit as well, wasn't quite at his best in that final term, but the list that they've built, we heard media manager Ryan Long allude to it just there in the interview, it means that they have other guys that can stand up, and we saw Cowan today so good, obviously through the middle. Church was a bit quieted down, as that game wore on towards the end, but so many guys just stood up and helped get the ball inside the forward 50, and when you get it there and you have the likes of, Bryce Galvin, and even Ryan Smith was there late on, and Schroeder popped up with some massive goals. He was an absolutely fantastic come from behind win, I'll say there. So the final scoreboard reads Fairpark 16-14, 110. Chirnside Park 15-12, 102. We'll go through our goal kickers before we start to get our post-game proceedings going. And then hopefully Ryan Long, I think he's made his way to the room. So we'll go through the goal kickers quickly. Bryce Galvin in the end with a bag of 6 majors. As we'll go down to the rooms if it comes through.
Well, it's sounding a bit scratchy.
All right, we might continue on. We might have bits of the song come through every now and then. So Bryce Galvin, 6 goals, like we said. There was 3 to Hayden Schroeder, who had 2 in very quick succession in the second term. Russell Cowan had 2. Mitch Jackson, 2 in the final term, standing up when it matters. Ryan Smith, 2, of course, with that all-important final, or not final goal in the end, but the one to put them in the lead. And then Brandon Ward with a single. And for Chirnside Park, it's about as honourable as a loss as you can probably get, but a loss nevertheless. Their goal kickers for today, Josh Swift was fantastic with 4 goals in total, 1 in each quarter There was also 3 to Brooklyn Lamb, who might be kicking himself that he didn't have 4 in the end. He would have gone a long, long way as that fixture wore on. Sam King finished with 2. Ryan Camion had 2. Singles to Xavier Leslie, which did not end up being the dagger in the end, which we all did not expect to see. Dylan Corsi also had 1 to go with a fantastic performance himself. And, of course, Jackson Faulkner and Daniel Fielding with singles of their own.
Absolutely.
And we saw Fairpark play two different styles today, and they excelled in both of them. You know, Chirnside Park was able to wrestle control back with contested possession, as we saw, and Fairpark were happy to play that game.
Yeah, no, I think, you know, for Chirnside, they obviously take from that, obviously, goal scoring, or, you know, sharing that goal scoring total. It gives them at least something like we're talking to Justin sort of pre-game. He wanted to find those other targets where, you know, if someone was down and whatever else. So shared it around, but credit to Fairpark, like I said to you, I think coming out of their back line, outstanding, and it was just a pleasure to watch, and in conditions that were fairly average, and they made it look pretty clean. Yeah. So I'd love to see them on a really nice day out of the back line, how they run and how they overlap. They've set up really well behind the ball. They found those targets generally out of their back line and found that space, and they just had a good game all round, and like I said, it's going to take time for that side to gel, but geez, you know, now that they've got that win, it just gives them an exciting lead and the 4 points to kick off their season.
It's an exciting proposition, this Fairpark side, I must admit, especially when you get guys like Mitch Jackson. Bryce Galvin in that first half was irrepressible, and late he came up really big, but overall they've just got so many contributors over the line, and that was something again Mark Fischer highlighted pre-game. They don't want to be just relying on one player, it's multiple, and it's going to make the votes for the Cryo State Young Eastland Best on Ground quite interesting, as we are now joined by media manager Ryan Long. We'll get your thoughts, Longy, on what was an absolute ripper of a contest.
Jeez, what happened? I was working out for a couple of minutes what Chirnside Park player was going to interview and where my votes were going, and then out of nowhere, what was it, last 3 or 4 goals of the game?
I reckon it was, yeah.
Incredible finish, and I mean, just from obviously the boundary point of view, being down there at ground level, pretty high quality game for a Division 4 standard. Yeah. I know the skills obviously in the second half is a bit more scrappy with the weather, but both sides put up 100+ points. It ended up being a shootout and a really fascinating contest. And I think you've got a lot of clubs in Division 4 probably, you know, either watching today or watching back at this game and going, well, this is probably the standard that we've got to reach if we're going to win it this year. I thought both clubs were really, really fantastic and gutsy win. Incredible win.
Yeah, very well said. And obviously we do have a few awards to give out. So we have our Cryo Stay Young Eastland Player of the Game, and also our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day. We might start with our Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day, because I think that one might be a bit easier. Now,
I would go Ryan Smith because of the moment. Hayden Schroeder had a good goal, but I reckon Russell Cowan in the third quarter, his first goal.
I liked Cowan's in the third.
I liked Cowan's. I love the goal to put him in front.
Yep. Ryan Smith one.
I think do we go with that one then?
What's up to you?
I'll back the Ryan Smith one.
It is a democracy.
I'll back that one just for the occasion.
I thought for the occasion. Yeah. How far out was he, by the way?
I reckon
about 40.
Wow, yeah.
About 40-ish. So, on an angle.
So we'll go with that. So Ryan Smith, congratulations. Tobin Brothers Goal of the Day winner for round 1. And now we will cross over into our votes. I'm happy to go first. I've got some things written down. Hopefully that gives you boys a bit of time to think through yours. But obviously 3, 2, 1.
Are you telling this up, Josh?
I'll leave that to Chris.
I'll tally it up. I got you boys sorted. So
what's gonna happen?
I've gone 1 vote to Russell Cowan. I thought he was absolutely outstanding throughout the game. Really in an underplay that it was brilliant through that midfield. I don't really see them getting that win or bringing that game back without him in there. I've gone 2 votes to Bryce Galvin, 6 goals, very, very accurate. Always an option down there. He was amazing today. And then I've actually gone 3 votes. I've gone for a Chirnside Park player. I really don't think anyone got close to Dylan Corsi's game today. I think he had so much of the footy, but even not just the numbers and the disposals and the quantity, he was effective with him. He was taking marks through the middle. He was applying pressure. He was hitting up players. So he was very, very good. And the only other player I feel like I've left out of that might be a bit hard done by, Kyle Hurd had a very good game in the ruck. But they're my three.
Who was your 3-2-1, sorry?
So I had 3 to Dylan Causey, 2 to Bryce Galvin, 1 to Russell Colton.
I like it.
Don't mind that call.
Yeah,
you go, Scott.
Yeah, I'll just go quickly. One vote for Galvin, obviously with the 6 goals, huge. I really liked Matthew King's role and just his leadership around the ground for Chirnside. I thought he played exceptionally well. I gave him 2 votes. And then the 3 I gave to Mitch Jackson. I just thought his effort, his strength, what he offered, his smarts around the footy, it's elite. And so, yeah, he got my 3. Jared?
Yeah, I find it hard to not give Bryce Galvin at least 1 vote. Dylan Causey, I'm going to go with 2. I mean, look, Chirnside Park nearly won, you know, and they nearly won off the back of just such good contest and pressure and just that in and under work that had been done, and the great disposal as well from players like Causey and also Charles Clevant. And I have to go 3 to Kyle Hurd. I think he just gave them first use all day. Set up really well. He was an obstacle behind the ball for Chirnside Park to have to avoid as well. Workhorse.
Apologies to Bryce Galvin. I haven't managed to sneak him in, but I just like the works of Dylan Causey, who I've given the 1 vote. I'll give Xavier Leslie 2 votes. His move into the ruck, I think, was a bit of a difference, and I enjoyed his game, and he'll enjoy that since he's a
fan favourite.
Bloody hell.
Goes both ways, apparently.
I'm going
I believe it's his birthday this weekend, too.
Lovely.
His birthday tonight in Ringwood, I think. I heard from
we all know how birthdays in Ringwood
You're not doxing where it is.
No.
But 3 votes, Cole Hurd. He was a man mountain, and just there was some moments of brilliance, and you can see why he's played so many games over the last 10 years with Fairpark. He gets my 3 votes. Ryan?
Well, I think we're all over the place here, so I'm interested to see where this 3 votes will end up, or this winner. I've gone 1 to Hurd for the same reasons just mentioned. I've gone 2 to Bryce Galvin. He's kicked 6 in the end. And I think that's, you know what, sorry. Yeah, I'm going to stick with that. I'll stick with him in the 2 votes. I think when you kick 6 goals, you've done your job as a forward, and was outstanding. And then I've gone 3. I've gone with you, Scotty. I've gone with Mitch Jackson. I just thought was elite through the midfield. And I mean, when you look at some of the plays and when they come down the grades, they stand out so much and how skillful they are. And particularly that first opening 5 minutes, he just set him up. And obviously, you know, it was a game that could have gone either way, but I just thought he was outstanding. So I don't know where these votes are leaning. Chris,
so we have a few tied on 6 votes. We've got Dylan Causey, Bryce Galvin, Mitch Jackson, but on 7, and the winner of our Cryo Eastland Stay Young Player of the Game Award, Kyle Hurd, the big man in the ruck.
And it's really interesting because it is a little bit all over the place because the game itself was all over the place. It was a game of 2 halves. I mean, if the first half was repeated again, then we'd be talking about your Josh Teals and Oscar Lunnies and especially Darcy Church because that was the game style that suited Fairpark, was get it into their hands and have cleaner possession. That sort of dried up for Fairpark, and they were able to shift gear, find a different style of play from the midfield.
They sure were. They were victors out here today at Fairpark Reserve 110 to 102. We're going to go to our final break for the Eastland match of the round. The Lions victorious out here in a cracker of a Division 4 contest.
As Sarah opened her best friend Jackie's wedding invitation, she was overcome with a wave of emotion. While her 2 young boys wrestled on the floor, tears of happiness rolled down Sarah's cheeks as she saw the words she'd been longing to see. Please note, this wedding will be a child-free event. Well, Sarah, looks like we're off to Eastland for a new frock and some heels. Let's book in that babysitter. For all of life's little moments, there's Eastland. Eastland. Live real.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle, bursting through the banner, broke a finger high-fiving the ruckman, or did you run into the goal post again? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. The preferred provider of emergency care to the Eastern Football Netball League, you'll generally experience shorter wait times. You don't need private health, but there is an out-of-pocket fee. Be seen sooner close to home at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
Do you feel good about your bank? Because there is a bank you can feel good about. They share their profits to fund big community projects, small community clubs, and vital emergency services. They've given $250 million to help Australian communities thrive. They have all the products and tech you expect from a big bank, with service you don't. It's Bendigo Bank. Feel good about who you bank with. Try Bendigo. Search bendigobank.com.au or search Bendigo Bank near me.
Station sponsor.
The one thing that puts a smile on my face is my kids.
The sun shining through the clouds, even in winter, absolutely puts the biggest smile on my face.
Seeing delicious food on the table, ready for me when I get home.
One thing that always puts a smile on my face is seeing my family.
The thing that puts a smile on my face every time is really good music.
Just the simple pleasures in life.
Be remembered for the greatest moments in your life. Find out more at tobinbrothers.com.au. Tobin Brothers Funerals, celebrating lives.
Station sponsor.
At Yarra Valley Water, we know reducing your shower time, or show time, to 4 minutes can save you an average of $200 a year on water and energy bills. Shower shorter. Save water. Authorised by the Victorian Government, 1 Treasury Place, Melbourne.
Station sponsor.
Sprained your ankle bursting through the banner? For bumps, breaks or bleeds, be seen sooner, close to home, at Knox Private 24/7 Emergency Department. You'll generally experience shorter wait times. Knox Private 24/7 Emergency, 262 Mountain Highway, Wanturna.
Station sponsor.
You are listening to Radio Eastern FM 98.1.
With live and exclusive coverage of the EFNL football season. Bringing you the match of the day with score updates from all divisions.
And now we cross to our commentary team for the Radio Eastern 98.1 Match of the Day coverage.
Welcome back to Fairpark Reserve. An unbelievable contest out here which saw Fairpark victorious. Fresh. 110-2, Chirnside Park 102. We're almost dead and buried entering into the early stages of time on, but they just got the job done, did the Lions. Josh Wood here alongside Chris Cordis, Jared Beanland, Scott Hardy and Ryan Long. Chris, we're going to go around the grounds for some scores with the round one taking place in the EFNL this afternoon.
Yes, that's exactly right. Now, we will go through these scores quickly. If you want to hear more about them and more of a breakdown, then tune in tomorrow as we will have our broadcast pre-game will be our replacement for our weekend recovery Spotify podcast. So tune in then. But for now, your scores. So in Premier Division, obviously we had last week Baldwin beating Blackburn. We don't need too much more about that. But South Croydon 31 to East Ringwood 101. Stephen May's debut. They take a 70-point win out of that. An absolutely polarising win for the Roos in a game where the man himself, Steve May, just had the 2 goals, maybe a bit of a quieter one from him. But Roeville beat Noble Park 73 to 64. Good showing from the Bulls there despite the loss. The Wickers open up their season 1-0, 53 to 16 win over newly promoted South Belgrave. We will have Doncaster East against Vermont tomorrow, I believe.
Edwin Flack Reserve is the place where forward lines disappear.
Go to die, yes. Division 1 now, a much changed Beaconsfield side fall to North Ringwood 32 to 67. The Montrose 107 over 69. That was Bayswater, so they get a win. Wanturna South, new kids on the block, open up with a win 64 to 39 over Moorabach. And of course, not much of a surprise that Norwood 49 fell to Park Orchards 92. And of course, the other game in that division, Mitcham versus Baronia, we will have live tomorrow on the broadcast down there at Walker Park. Tune into that. The first, I believe the play will be starting at 2:20. I think we're on air at 1 o'clock, I believe, or somewhere
Correct,
around there. Yep, so 1 o'clock. So tune in then, of course. I will be on Facebook and YouTube. Crossing over to Division 2, we have Heathmont 44 dropping to Templestowe 84, Ringwood 41 to Mulgrave 49. Bye-bye, Josh, on the Insight Survivor Series.
Josh, Josh, you didn't understand the game.
But the benefit for me the rest of the year is I get to laugh at you guys while you...
Why? You just lost. That's embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Whatever you're going to say, Joshua, whatever you're going to say. So
let it go.
Scoresby in their first game in Div 2 fall short to East Burwell. That was 44 to 63. The Rams 19-point winners. Surrey Park, this will put a smile on your face at least, Josh. 112 to Waverley Blues 64. Surrey Park showing their dominance. Now, Croydon against Lilydale will start in about 10 minutes down there at Croydon Oval. That will be one to keep an eye on. more for the bottom half of the table ramifications at the end of the season. Don Vale with an absolute barnstorming win as we cross over to Division 3. They open up their season similar to other seasons, 130 over Coldstream 12. The White Horse Pioneers ruining the Adam Amin debut at Oakley District. The Pioneers in their first game of the season, 70-39 victors. And can we get a round of applause to Sylvan, ladies and gentlemen? Away win. First time in over a year. The Sylvan Cats 110. Ferntree Gully Eagles 59. They've got the monkey off the back, or the cat off the back if you want to make it more relevant to them. Well done down there at Wallichy Reserve. Upper Ferntree Gully 88, Knox 44. Very strong showing from the Kings there against the Knox side that had a lot of hype around them. The Basin, obviously, with the bye this round. And as we cross into Division 4, of course, you know all about Fairpark winning 110 to Chirnside 102. We also had Bulleen Templestowe crack a ton against Croydon North. The Bullants 112 to 33 on that occasion. Forest Hill 62 holding the fort against Nutter wanting 51 in their first game back. And the other side of returning to the competition, Doncaster fall 10 points short to Kilsyth 75 to 85, and then Warrandyte with the bye, and that is a wrap on our round of results.
Did Forest Hill win a single game last year? Is that
No,
their first?
that's their first win in a while.
Yes, it is.
Yep. So round of applause to them as well.
Yeah, well done to them. Well done to them. They got rid of Blake Tennant. No win, no surprises.
And that's decent from Doncaster against Kilsyth too.
I think they are still starting to become somewhat known, but we said on the podcast yesterday, Ryan, 30 points or within 30 points, that'd be a bit of a positive, but a fair effort from Kilsyth. And,
definitely. Well, I mean, we just didn't know what to expect from them, and it might take a bit of time to ease in, but I think they'll take a lot out of that.
Yeah, no shame in dropping a game to Kilsyth in round 1, I wouldn't say. Kilsyth are looking decent this year.
Yeah, exactly right. And it might be a similar case to the Bullants last season where, you know, first half of the season they kind of get a feel for it. They get a feel for themselves, feel for the opposition, and they can come back stronger in the second half of the season.
There's a lot of shame in going out in Survivor in round 1. At least not as much shame as going for Carlton. I'd say or Richmond or Essendon, but Essendon won in the AFL today. But we'll discuss those games tomorrow at Walker Park, as Chris mentioned, broadcast starting at 1 p.m. on Facebook and YouTube. Ryan, Jared, we're going to be at that game. Jared, hopefully conditions aren't like today, and since we're on the boundary. Ryan, you're calling that game tomorrow. It should be a good contest between the Tigers and the Hawks.
Yeah, looking forward to it. Hard to know how that game's going to go down. Both sides have picked up some players, a couple of changes. I think both sides will be around the mark this year and premiership contenders, so good chance to have a look at them straight up on round 1.
It's the Wex Cup, isn't it?
Yes. The Daniel Wex Cup.
The Huey Cup.
I'm surprised he hasn't been promoted on the socials more, Daniel Wex.
No, you'll kill me if I do that.
I heard a conversation around that.
If Baroni win, I'm going straight to him after the game.
Okay, well, I've got to win first.
He might run away if you start chasing him, Josh.
But Chris, Scott, your thoughts on that game, and Doncaster East Vermont as well. That should be an interesting contest.
Yeah, well, it's always one where, you know, they're two teams that we'd like to see more out of in Premier Division, really, but it's going to be an interesting one to see where they sit. Obviously, both sides of an absolute influx of AFL talent over the past few seasons, so a very interesting one.
Yeah. Scott, your thoughts, Doncaster East Vermont tomorrow?
I don't know who I tipped on that one. I have to get back to you on that. I haven't prepared my notes for it, but looking forward to the contest nonetheless.
Absolutely. We might have Ray Baird out at that game as well. But most of us will be out at Mitcham Baroni. Of course, we'll have Gav Casey, the Sunday specialist, calling that game. We'll have a debutant as well on special comments, and Brash will be there as well, which will be a lot of fun out there at Walker Park, and a lot of chastising of myself on the pre-game and during the game as well. But that we might start wrapping things up. We'll take our time. We'll take our time, of course. Be sure to tune in to tomorrow's match of the round match of the day between Mitcham and Baronia out of Walker Park. Should be, as we keep saying, a cracking contest. But Ryan, for braving it out on the boundary alongside Oscar, doing great stuff. I'm surprised you didn't pull out late.
Yeah, thanks, mate. I just looking at my interview with Mitch Jackson, how bad my hair looked. A bit flat about that.
Where's the beanie? Like, you need it.
Yeah,
to be
probably need it.
It was fresh. It didn't drop degrees because, like I said, the players were
did get a lot colder out there. Yes,
fresh.
Scott Hardy, great to have you early in the season as well from dad duties and for a cracking contest as
Thanks,
well.
Josh. Always handy when it is close to home. So hopefully we will make it back for another few in the coming weeks, but we shall see.
Fingers crossed, and hopefully we do get to see Fairpark or Chirnside Park sometime later in this season, particularly after what happened today. Jared Beanland in the special comments here doing a magnificent job.
Thank you very much, Joshua. What a game it was. Footy's back, and I love it.
And the man I called alongside, I think we called the socks off this game. I don't know.
3 votes.
3 votes, Jay Warden, C quarters, but Chris doing a magnificent job as always, man.
Yeah, thank you. Very fun game to be a part of. Obviously, excellent job everyone around here as well. But yeah, very good.
Absolute pleasure.
And to you as well, mate. Well done. Great to be back in the chair next year.
My voice won't be gone, but it'll survive for the remainder of the season. And, of course, to Lee and Megan Green doing a superb job behind the camera and the audio. But that will do us for the Eastland match of the round. Fairpark 8-point winners, 110 to 102.